You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
After 7 fantastic weeks of action, it all comes down to this. One finale in the beautiful North Carolina, where in this Southern Division, you've got 3 teams fighting for 2 coveted playoff spots. It truly doesn't get much better than this. You can see picturesque scenes here in the Atlantic Conference. And today is a rematch between the Atlanta Fire and the Morrisville Raptors, 2 teams that sit comfortably at the top of that Southern Division, but both desperate for a win. What a day, what a tournament it's been in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, where we've had so much action, so much entertaining action, which has been close-knit. We've had games won by both the Fire and the Raptors, but last weekend, of course, the Raptors got the better of them. Today, we will see who is able to come back stronger and learn from that weekend, and who better to discuss the all-important matchup today than my good friend from the MLC Network, Nate Hayes. Nate, the fact that we've got 3 teams fighting for these 2 spots, obviously, it's the most important weekend, arguably, of the tournament. Who do you think is going to shine out this weekend?
Well, you know, as you said, all 3 of the teams are vying for 2 playoff positions. All 3 of those teams have a chance to finish in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place. And if they finish in 3rd place, obviously, they're out of the tournament. This will be their last weekend for the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. So both teams can lose tonight and still make the playoffs, but they'll both want to win to improve their chances of 1st place. You know, I think these are the 2 best of the 3 teams right here tonight.
Well, Nate, I saw you during the week on the MLC Network. You gave the Atlanta Fire the highest chance of finishing 1st in this group. But the Morrisville Raptors, they're playing at home. How much will that give them sort of an advantage, a ground that they know well, and one that they're expected to get big support over the course of this weekend?
Well, I think it does give them a big advantage, and I actually am kind of leaning towards picking them tonight. You know, they know this ground. Teams typically don't play very well the first game of the weekend at this ground when they're visiting.
Well, earlier we had the toss between the 2 captains, Zain Saeed and Dane Pete. And an interesting surface with a lot of green grass, the toss being won by the visiting captain, Saeed, who opted to bowl first. Interesting decision for the Atlanta Fire after they lost last weekend, also chasing. Nate, well, these 2 teams are going to put you on the spot. Pick one if you had to. The Fire, the Raptors, who's going to be victorious tonight?
This is going to be as even as it gets if you ask me, especially with the Fire kind of balancing out their chances by winning the toss, but I'm going to go with the Raptors.
Let's take a quick look at the teams where we have the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, so right now we're going to see Obis Pinar, Dane Pete, Karthikeya Jagadish, Siva Kumar, Duvarapu, and Matthew Ford likely bowling the most for the Raptors. But we're going to see a lot of Lihira Malantha with the bat in the 1st innings.
And for the Atlanta Fire, 2 changes for them. Nasir Hussain, the former international cricketer from Bangladesh, coming into today's action for Corne Dry, who's out for personal reasons, as well as Salaman Khan Safi, who's a big strike of the ball in for Redwan Palash. Oh, able to bring you all these fantastic pictures here at the North Carolina venue. Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy beginning things off for this Morrisville Raptors team. A team, mind you, who posted 203 just less than a week ago against this Atlanta Fire bowling lineup. Let's see which team has learned more from this battle. It's under lights, it's blockbuster action. You couldn't ask for much more here on this 8th weekend of the minor league. Hussain with the new ball in hand. He's so meticulous with his off spin into his very first game of this minor league tournament. Nasir Hussain from Bangladesh, tons of experience. Played at all 3 formats of the game. So Kandaswamy will face first. That's not Milanta, that's not Milanta, that's not Milanta. First delivery, all important weekend. All to play for between 3 teams. Just about ready to get underway. Hossein to Kandaswamy. First delivery, here we go. Aerial and gone. Easy as that. Very first delivery of the minor league 2022 championship. Nasser Hussain strikes. Cornwall does the rest.
Well, that's not the way you want to start off, that's for sure. Oh, really rough start for the Raptors. Yeah, just edged that. Chopped it right over to Cornwall.
Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy, first delivery of this weekend. He's walking back. Not an ideal start for the Morrisville Raptors. Under pressure early. None for one. Well, early trouble for a team that are coming into this weekend on a big high. When you look at last weekend, they beat both the Atlanta teams, the Atlanta Fire first and then the Atlanta Lightning. Sorry, the other way around. But nonetheless, it was 2 wins for this Raptors team, who currently sit in 3rd position. But they are, of course, do have 3 games in hand in this group stages, all of which will be settled this weekend. By Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, we'll know exactly which 2 teams will be progressing to next weekend's playoffs. Aryan Shah comes to the middle. Now, Nate, this is a very interesting decision from Zain Saeed to win the toss and bowl first. On the very first delivery, Nasser Hussain in from Bangladesh, very first game. You can see there may have just gotten some awkward bounce on the way through to Kandaswamy. In the end, just chipping it for an easy catch.
Yeah, and Aryan Shah there picking up a single. Aryan is a youth player from the TCL, from the local cricket league here, and he's a good wicketkeeper, batsman. So it's nice to see him getting some game time.
Well, Nasser Hussain, very first game of this minor league. What a dream start it was. Wicket on the very first delivery. 19 test matches, 65 one-day internationals, and 31 T20 internationals. Remember watching where he made his debut at just 19 years old at the test level. He really has been excellent at the highest level. What an addition he's been is for this Fire team.
Oh, okay.
And so far, he's been on the money these first 4 deliveries.
Yes, yes.
On the button that goes over cover.
1 for 1. What a start for this Atlanta Fire. The 2 out of the circle in the power play, the long off, and that deep mid-wicket fielder. Here it was again. Very first delivery, just spooning it up in the air to Raheem Cornwall. It was all about the flight. Hossein is someone that likes to flight the ball. Here it is again.
Yeah, that's a great length to bowl here.
First runs and first boundaries for Lahira Malanta, who's been a man on a mission in this tournament so far. The leading run scorer for the Raptors. Ladies and gentlemen, what an eventful first over we've had. All happening at the moment. 5 for 1 at the end of 1.
Let's go. No. Short line, short line. I'm over, sir.
Well, tons of batting still to come, but it would be a pretty worrying start after losing a wicket on the very first delivery of the innings. But Malanta will be the one that the Fire will want early.
Yeah, the hero's been a real steady presence for Morrisville this year, a big producer for them.
Well, an Atlanta Fire team who are without their resident seaman in Cornet Dry. And it will mean the youngster Atindra Subramaniam will come into the attack for the first time today.
We've seen Atindra have a lot of success in this league, going back to last year even. He was one of 2 young bowlers on the team that did very well week in and week out. He's going to love this. He's going to love bowling here. He performed very well here last year.
Well, it's been a slow start for him this season, just the 8 wickets, but he's a youngster with tons of promise. His captain, Zain Saeed, in the background there, will be looking sort of to build some confidence for his Fire team early. A team that lost to this very Morrisville Raptors side last weekend with 27 runs, where they conceded over 200 in the first innings. But today, different conditions, different start as well. Straight away getting some lateral movement. Gonna have to rebound that one, but that will encourage Subramaniam.
Nice stop there by Hamilton. Really like watching his keeping. He's always in the middle of the game.
This time erring on the wrong side, but just trying to find that correct line and length early. This is a surface that will excite not only Subramaniam, but all the seamers who've got to come and play at Church Street Park this weekend because of that green grass. A lot of green grass on this surface. Here's a look at the wicket from the very first delivery. Nasser Hussain striking for his team. Just a full delivery using his flight. Much better where he'll want to be. I was mentioning that surface. A lot of green grass on it, Nate. We had a both close look on it earlier today. And it will be something that will offer a lot of sideways movement for the seamers over the course of the weekend. There is that brown patch, but that's a lot fuller. It will be sort of in the batter's drive. When you pitch the ball here, expect things to happen. We've seen it over the course of the 2 seasons.
Yeah, you can expect expect that last length to be aimed for quite a lot.
Edge gone. Second success for the Atlanta Fire, and it's coming the second over. This is a dream start for them, as they've got the Morrisville Raptors in serious trouble. Subramaniam striking.
Very unfortunate for Aryan there. He definitely, oh yeah, that's that length I was telling you about. We were just talking about. You want to hit that length here. Good things happen.
Aryan Shah, the youngster, not making a huge difference. Going for just one. 7 for 2, the Morrisville Raptors. Well, just what the Atlanta Fire would have wanted after last weekend, where they're only able to take 1 wicket inside the power play. Already they've removed the opener in Kendaswamy, and now youngster Aryan Shah. It brings Obas Pinyar, who's been in the runs this season over the course of the 2 seasons. This partnership has been already the reliable one for this Raptors team, and they need to produce here in some early trouble.
Yeah, they don't want to have gotten, they won't have wanted to gotten to this point to have to rely on these two so early in the game, but they do rely on this partnership quite a bit. As far as 2-star batsmen go on a team, these two it doesn't get much more important than these two guys for the Raptors.
74-run partnership put on last weekend against this opposition by this pair. It came in 42 deliveries as well, but it was the majority of the scoring was done by Lahira Malantha, who got that superb 91. Interesting to see, though, now today with 2 early wickets going down for his team, if that changes the approach. He's just 4 at the other end. He's already watched 2 of his partners be dismissed. The Atlanta Fire, they've got their tails up, slip in place now for Subramaniam. I like it because of the sideways movement he's been able to generate in just these first 2 deliveries. In this power play, you're only allowed 2 outside the circle. It's going to be all more important now without Cornet dry this evening for the Fire. Again, sort of on that good length. And again, another dot delivery. You can see a pat offside field. Here is a look at it again. Just going wide outside the off stump.
I was looking forward to talking more about Aryan Shah, how versatile of a player he is. And he's robbed us of that opportunity. A
fantastic look there at the field. Just 2 outside the circle. 1 at the deep mid-wicket and 1 at the deep third position. He's been very consistent since those 2 wides, Atinja Subramaniam. He's been outside that off stump on that 5th stump line, and it's been difficult to score from. And I like that because he's got protection in the offside. He's got that deep 3rd fielder for the outside edge, and also a slip in place as well, just on the inside of that wide line. This is an excellent start from the Fire. It tells you about momentum in this game of cricket.
It's a very good young bowler. He is really hitting his spots right now. He bowled here fantastically last year when the Fire actually came here and won. There was a massive crowd out for that game. So he's going to hope the crowd shows up while he's still bowling.
Down the track. That is gorgeous from Obas Pinar. He's had a look, and he's deposited it over the boundary for 6.
Obas loves batting here. One of the reasons he came to this team this season was because of this ground. He batted here against USA in November, preparing them for some games, some international games, and he scored very, very well against USA bowling on this ground. So now he gets to call this his home.
Much better length this time after being struck, but you can see what Pinar did well there. The last delivery, as the over comes to an end, 13 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So Hossein will continue into the attack. Nasir Hussain, if you're now joining us, brand new into this Atlanta Fire team. Lower order batter, all-rounders. He's already shown with his off-spin ability. Bowling to Lahira Malanta. Oh, very close to that off stump. The last over, on the 4th delivery, Jacobus Pinar coming down the track. Probably was a little predictable, Atinja Subramaniam, outside that off stump. But look at this, class. Getting close, creating it sort of into the optimum length. Depositing it over the boundary. This is going to run away. It's a quick outfield, and Salaman Safi can't cut it off.
Very good. We're seeing a little bit of what we talked about, the class of this partnership. It's just starting to heat up a little bit. Morrisville absolutely needs this.
Well, the Fire will know that this is the team that they need to beat if they want to ensure that they get to that playoff stage. Remember, by the end of this weekend, with these teams all having about 2 or 3 games in the group stages remaining, we'll have a clear indication of who will be in those final 2 spots. Getting some purchase early, Nasser Hussain.
Come in, Nasir. Come in, Nasir.
It's really a fitting way to end what's been such a scintillating 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, because to have 3 teams now neck and neck fighting for 2 spots, you wouldn't want to have the premium action anywhere else in the country. Oh, look at that. This time, realizing he's coming down the track, slows it up. Hossein, he's a very experienced campaigner. Would have just watched him in that T10 for the Pune Devils. Boy, has he been mightily impressive to start this innings in just his very first game. Narrowly missing that one. Lahir Malanta gets to the overs very quickly. Hossein, end of 3, 17 for 2.
Man, he is a quality bowler. Look at that. The Raptors will be very happy when his overs are expired. But they still have to contend here with who's coming into bowl now. Let's see.
Amila Ponzo, the left arm spinner, into the attack for the Atlanta Fire. He's been a bit quiet this season, but he's such an important. Well, an interesting move from Zain Saeed, going to an over of him inside the power play. Haven't seen this too often in the tournament, but clearly spin making a difference. We haven't seen Raheem Cornwall, who's usually bowled 2 inside of this power play.
1-2.
Yeah, I like this move for the Fire. Aponzo is a very good bowler. He also performs very well on this ground. I've seen him here a few times.
Nice. Nice.
Got the fancy shades there, similar to Dane Pete. These big shades have come back into vogue.
Straight down the ground, there's a fielder in place, but he's gonna get over his head. Zain Saeed, the captain, was there with a sniff, but it goes over his head for a boundary. Welcome runs for the Morrisville Raptors.
If you like to watch a pleasing batter, Obus Pinar is an excellent one to pick.
On the stumps this time. It's an interesting angle that Amila Ponzo coming around the wicket. Does get that natural drift in to the right-hander. So it's an interesting angle he's utilizing. And that's where he wants to be. Probably just a slight bit shorter, which will allow the ball to do a bit more. Want to try to spin past that outside edge. Gets that natural drift in, which then with a spin can go away. Very full. Good luck stopping that, because when Obus Pinar connects, he connects well. Second boundary in the over.
Well, it doesn't really look like he minds this spin very much. Left arm orthodox versus left arm orthodox here. Obus Pinar, of course, very good batting all-rounder.
So thinking now for Ponzo to do, he's been struck for 2 boundaries.
Oh!
Should just be a single. This has just been a fantastic way to start. How good is this game of cricket last weekend? The Raptors were well on top of the Fire team. They scored 200. They were in the Fire's backyard at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. Restricted them to just 176 for 9. Today, though, has been a different story. The Fire winning the toss and pretty much winning the battle so far in the first 4 overs, taking 2 early wickets. But this is the partnership that they've got to break. Time and time again, these two have hurt teams, hurt oppositions who have come to this venue. See some fans in the background settling. Want to get back to that in the next over, Nate. End of 4, 27 for 2.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. All good, lads.
This is the partnership. A slow start for Lahira Malata, who blasted 91 from just 47 deliveries last weekend. And Jacobus Pinar, well, he continues in that free-flowing vein. Good to see some fans out, Nate. They tell me over 1,000 people come to Church Street Park to watch this Morrisville Raptors team. What can we expect this weekend?
Well, we can expect the fans to start pouring in as the lights come up, as the sun goes down. You know, it's very warm outside. Some people are still getting off of work. The traffic is a little bit heavy right around 6 p.m. So we're going to see more and more people filter in as the night goes on.
More spin into the attack. Raheem Cornwall. And it's been such a big addition having Nasser Hossain into this Fire team, because now Zain Saeed has got 3 reliable spin options to go to. Cornwall's such a consistent performer. It's aerial. There was that cover fielder in place, but he gets it just over the top. He won't go out for 4. It's a quick outfield. Jay Pathat does well. Keep it at just 2 runs. They actually come back for 3, so good running between these two. But Cornwall, Hossain, and Aponzo, 3 really good options.
A rare triple, even at this ground, which has a little bit bigger boundaries than, obviously, Atlanta last weekend.
Just getting back to the crowd support that's expected to come in. We were both at the Philadelphia Cricket Festival just a couple of weeks ago. The amount of people that were there, over 1,500 I hear. Well, if the Church Street Park management is going to top that, they've got to be special. Oh, look at that, look at that. Getting purchased and the finger goes up. What a take by Jamar Hamilton down the leg side. And it's the crucial partnership broken for the Morrisville Raptors. The Atlanta Fire just continue to be there and ask the right questions.
Once again, we get to see the animation from Hamilton. Almost makes the wicket worth it.
Just seemed like it brushed something on the way through. May have been a glove. Hamilton went up straight away and the finger followed. Huge wicket for the Atlanta Fire. Cornwall strikes early. Pinar gone for just 15. He'll be disappointed after that start. 30 for 3.
Obis did not look like he was having any problems at all prior to that.
One hard! One fire! One more time, guys. One more time. One! One hard! One fire! One!
Shivakumar Duvarapu.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Let's get 7 more. Hurry up now. Let's go. Let's go. One by one.
So the all-rounder back into the 11 today for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, we've seen him the last couple of times he's batted. He's come in 3 down. Very steady, reliable player for the Raptors.
That's a middle.
So Cornwall into the attack straight away has gotten a wicket. And this Morrisville Raptors team, not a team that usually loses wickets early. They haven't in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, so they're already on the back foot. Lights beginning to go down. You expect the artificial lighting to come on very soon. First time this tournament I'm going to be commentating and we'll be covering a game under lights, Nate. I'm so excited. Here is the wicket again. Getting some grip in the surface down the leg side. May have just surprised Pinar. And look at the celebrations from the Atlanta Fire because they knew the importance. This will be runs though. Does well again. They've done well in the field so far. Saves 2 runs for his team. Duvarapu off the mark.
Come. Remember why we get in there, right?
Yeah, Morrisville is definitely behind the 8 ball here, but this is not that unusual for them to battle in a game, for them to struggle and battle and manage to make the best of it somehow.
Gone. It's another one for the Fire. They're on a roll. The Morrisville Raptors in their own backyard have been stunned. Cornwall striking for the 2nd time in the over.
Yeah, I spoke too soon, didn't I? But yeah, the Raptors will fight. Oh, this is just not a position that anybody wants to be in. Oh, that was not a good shot.
Looking to hit that one over square leg. And Nasser Hossain, he doesn't drop many. Easily taken at square leg. And the plan works to perfection. Duvarapu gone for 2. 32 for 4 at the end of 5. Well, the captain walks to the middle. You wouldn't have expected to come to the crease so quickly, Dane Pete. But he is here in the middle, trying to fight for his team. He got 48 just last weekend. A real good contribution from him. But he'll need to bat time. Lahir Malanta's still there. So they'll take solace in knowing that they're leading run scorers at the other end. But he needs support, Nate.
Yeah, we see Dane do this, putting himself in when there's a collapse happening, hoping that he can stop the bleeding, and he does a very good job of that. Actually, he did this last week and ended up scoring the winning runs for the Raptors.
Well, Nate, your Raptors crowd, they're going to want to see some sort of a game. So far, the Raptors, they've really struggled in these first 5 overs. You would expect them coming home this weekend to really take command. I wonder, though, about this surface because I had a look at it earlier today. Everett Dyer coming into the attack. When I came to the ground, you had a look at it. It's usually one with that green grass that's very hard underneath, but it was slightly bit of moisture on the top. That was the first wicket. Obas Pinar was caught down the leg side. First of the over. This is pulled and pulled extremely well by the captain. What a way to get off the mark. Dyer will be disappointed. A real loosener to begin.
Yeah, he got every bit of that ball, Lahiru. Excellent pull shot.
Yeah, just getting back to that surface, though, it does look like it was a bit soft on the top, and I wonder if that's what's causing this ball to spin. I came to the Morrisville Raptors practice Wednesday this week. A couple of days ago, some balls were really gripping in the surface. Oh, look at that movement on display. The angle around the wicket to the left-hander, getting some serious movement in. This is beautiful cricket on turf in this minor league.
Yeah, you mentioned the surface. We do get a lot of rain this time of year, especially lately. We've had loads of rain. Every single day it seems like we have a little mini thunderstorm.
Getting some of that. Dyer bowling around the wicket.
Yeah, the southeast of the United States is the rainiest part in the summer of the entire country. People talk a lot about Seattle and how much rain they have. They do get a lot, but it's usually in other months.
Delicately playing it. There is that deep third fielder. Does extremely well to cut it off. Atinja Subramaniam is electric at that boundary. Patrols it pretty much throughout the game. Does well, saves a certain boundary, and the fielding has helped this Fire team. Beautiful day for cricket. As you can see, the artificial lights beginning to come on. This Morrisville venue, Church Street Park. Bite my hand off, Nate Hayes. Great for cricket.
Oh, it's just a whole nother world when you're here in person. It's amazing, especially under the lights.
Slapped over the top. Dyer erring in length, too short. And Lahir Milanta, whilst he's lost partners at the other end, he's ensured he's gone right back to regularly scheduled programming in this minor league.
Coming into the game today, he leads the team in runs. Does so at a very good rate. Everything you'd want in an opener. And he's a very good wicketkeeper as well.
So 10 runs. The Atlanta Fire and Everard Dyer will be under some pressure to close out this over well, because they've done so well in the first 5. Again, just be a single. Much better when he's on that length, Everard Dyer. But a much improved over from the Morrisville Raptors to close out the power play. 43 now for 4. Well, from 67 for 1 5 days ago when these two teams battled, and it was the Raptors batting first, to 43 for 4. The Fire have gone home. They've gone back to the drawing board and they've planned. Boy, have they planned well, because they've taken some big wickets. Jacobus Pinar walked back. Shivakumar Duvarapu, another big one to go. And it all started from when the tone was set on the very first delivery, Nate Hayes, where Nasser Hussain struck. And Cornwall in his very first over picking up 2 wickets. He will continue. 5 options used so far for Zain Saeed.
As I mentioned before, this game isn't as important for Morrisville as the next 2 games this weekend, tomorrow and on Sunday. They have to win one of those if they want to make the playoffs. But they will have wanted to get first place.
Well, Nate, I can tell you, I think every game is very important for this Raptors team. You don't take anything for granted in this game of cricket. They're playing 2 games against the Atlanta Lightning, a team that's given them problems. So they'll want to win this game. This group is so tight. I don't think you can look at this and say, well, they don't need to win this, because I think every game critical for all 3 of these teams this weekend.
Yes, definitely. I mean, as far as the team is concerned, this team has really done a great job building itself, building, you know, they're not in a draft zone in minor league cricket, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, but they're not in a draft zone, so they can keep the same team together year after year.
Again, some spin, which will excite Dane Pete, the captain, because even though he's batting, when his off spin comes into play, we'll be looking to get some purchase as this game goes on. This Morrisville Raptors team, this the 5th time they're batting first in this tournament. They've won 3 out of 4 matches when batting first. They posted some big totals as well. So that will sort of give them the confidence to know that even after this tough start, if they can just string together a couple of big partnerships, they'll know that they can get up maybe to that 160, 170, which is about par here. From Raheem Cornwall, he can't believe he's not got his man. It was sort of that sidearm action. He's so good at throwing those deliveries in and really deceiving the batters. So he really thought he had his man. Nate Hayes, out or not out?
Well, that's really, really tough. Oh, that's so close. I think maybe it clips the leg stump there.
Oh, I'll have to see that one again, Nate, because, woo, that was mightily close. Lahira Milanta, the left-hander, coming forward. Didn't look like he got a big stride in. There again, Cornwall asking questions, picked up 2 in his very first over. And when he's able to produce deliveries like that, it's what you get from your test players. My, oh my.
Yeah, that looked like it's straightened out real well.
Here again for just a half split second. But it is important to note that our umpires, they don't have the luxury of getting the TV replays like we do here. So they've got to make that decision from the naked eye. End of the 7th over, just 3 from it. The Atlanta Fire well on top, 46 for 4.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Raptors aren't in a draft zone. Basically, teams that are close enough to other teams. It's a weekend-only league. So, for example, New York, New Jersey teams, they'll draft players from their region. Morrisville is 6 hours away from the closest minor league cricket team. So they don't have to draft. They literally can just submit their team every season. So that helps when you're building a team. It's very difficult to properly build a team in T20 cricket when you have to fight with drafts and things like that. But the Morrisville Raptors have an advantage. They don't have to suffer with that.
Well, Subramanian coming back into the attack. First of all, was a tad expensive, but he did get that crucial wicket of Aryan Shah. I like this though from the captain, bringing him early into this situation. His team well on top, giving probably some more flexibility to bowl with. Short, you cannot be short to Lahira Milanta, especially at Church Street Park. He will make you pay. My oh my, this man's hands through the ball.
Be looking to hit that good length, or maybe a little back a good length. But yeah, when you aim for that, you always risk going too short. And like you said, you can't make that mistake against this batter.
Well, this is his favorite opposition. Last weekend, Lahira Milanta, 91 from 47 deliveries. He was truly magnificent to watch at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. He's now come to his home venue on a surface, on turf. And with the ball, even though it's been a bit slow this deck, he's just shown that he can bite his time already. He's got an excellent start. He's got his captain at the other end. He just needs some support, Milanta. Doesn't muscle the ball by any means. He's just such a pure timer of the cricket ball. 6 maximums and 8 boundaries against this Fire team just 5 days ago. So that will be in the back of their minds, and they'll know the importance of taking this wicket, the Atlanta Fire.
And 6 days ago, Morrisville Raptors won a game with by 1 wicket on their 9th wicket stand. They scored 30-some runs against the Lightning to chase down the target and win, and they're going to be reaching back to that experience right now, no question. I don't think they're that concerned.
Has he got an edge? Has he got an edge? The finger also goes up. The Atlanta Fire have come to Morrisville and taken charge of proceedings. Just seemed like he got some inward movement, Atinja Subramaniam, and as soon as he went full, results for this Fire team just looked to swing back late. And Dane Pete's got to go. Good catch again by Hamilton. Pete going for 1. More trouble for the Morrisville Raptors. 53 now for 5.
Let's go, boys. Keep it going, lad. Hey, one heart.
5 wickets down, 53 for 5. Kartikeya Jagadish comes to the middle. Who would have expected this? The Morrisville Raptors, arguably the strongest team in this Southern Division. They currently sit up top the table after getting the points from, well, against the Fort Lauderdale Lions earlier today. And whilst they do have 3 games in hand and currently sit on 17 points, they want to win this one. The surface is causing some problems early.
Just as I was trying to, to argue that they weren't concerned, that they would feel confident with that pair still batting, with that partnership still going. Immediately after that, they lose a wicket. So
this is a much improved performance from Subramaniam, not only in the wickets column, but in terms of his consistency. In that first over, he was hit for 2 boundaries, but he still was able to find some relative consistency on that 5th stump line, which proved to pay off for him. Now in this over, he's gone a lot fuller and instantly has success. Just some movement off the seam and DNP inside edge. Hamilton did the rest. Atindra Subramaniam, especially today without their reliable fast bowler in Cornet Dry, Subramaniam's had to step up, and boy has he done it in a big way. 2 wickets for the youngster early. There it is again on that 5th stump line. He's very hard to score, especially when he has that deep cover in place and that deep third fielder.
Keep it going, boys. Keep it going, boys.
just inside the line there. He's done a very good job of that so far today.
Again, bringing that outside edge into play, Subramaniam. Last season, he picked up 17 wickets. This year, it's only been 8 coming into today. Now he's gone to double figures to 10. But he's had to take more wickets and more responsibility for this Atlanta Fire team, because he can produce deliveries like this. So good at getting some movement, especially sideways movement. So you really love the opportunity over the course of these 2 days to bowl on this surface with this green grass.
That is just a beautiful line and length, and he has nailed it time and again. Very impressive.
Wide given, but the Atlanta Fire, boy, are they asked some questions. 5 wickets taken inside the first 8 overs. When you think about the Morrisville Raptors, you think about a team that likes to take the game deep. They're so good in the last 5, but they've really struggled early, and this surface hasn't been easy to contest with. One thing that they'll take, though, is that Melanta has got to start at the other end. And I like the move from Saeed, attacking to get a slip in place, but what an over from the youngster. Back into the attack, Subramaniam takes a wicket. End of 8, 54 for 5.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
$54 for 5. First game of what is truly an exciting weekend of action promised for you at home in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's the last weekend of group stage action. And here in Morrisville, where we will have 3 days, starting with Friday night action for you, 6 p.m. And then tomorrow, 2 exciting games coming your way, as well as Sunday. Pulls it and latches onto it. Lahira Melanta, you cannot bowl short to him because he will make you pay, whether it's seam or whether it's spin.
Yeah, undeterred by the wickets falling around him. this is kind of, you know, you're going to cling to this hope that Lahiro can just take it the distance.
But this is the wicket that they'll want. They'll know Lahiri Melantha what he comes into this game with. 375 runs. Here's the call, but it will just be a single. 375 runs. He's averaged over 40, but more importantly, his strike rate of over 150. That's what's made him so dangerous at the top of the order for the Raptors. I like the move to have him start the innings, make use of the power play.
It's a great move, and the reason they did this last season, they struggled quite a bit. It was their biggest problem was the top order, was their opening partnerships. They just didn't get a lot of production in the opening slots. This season, this is their strength.
Slightly away. That's a middle.
So Nasser was saying man has played over 31 T20s at the highest level for Bangladesh. Hasn't bowled much at that level. Just 11 in 11 games. But he has taken over 59 T20 wickets. Nasser Hossain, a lot of cricket under his belt, the 30-year-old. A great addition for this Atlanta Fire team, who, remember, will lose Raheem Cornwall after this weekend due to Caribbean Premier League commitments. So this is where teams are going to have to show the depth and the adjustments that they make. Has varied his pace very nicely. Hossain to start.
You mentioned the crowds in Philadelphia. Man, that was excellent to see. I haven't really seen that anywhere outside of Morrisville.
But if the crowds are now coming into the venue, they won't be too happy when they realize the home team has already lost 5 wickets.
I've seen fans arrive here in much dire straits than this, believe it or not.
Well, last weekend, this Morrisville Raptors teams were able to put together 3 significant partnerships against this Fire side. 47 between the openers. Then Melantha and Obas Pina were able to put on 74, and then they finished the innings off so well with 47 from just 24 deliveries in the last 5. They'll need to do more of that today. End of 9th, 61 for 5. This is what the teams are fighting for. You can see how tight it is. 14 matches will be played in the group stages, so 3 apiece remaining for the Fire and the Raptors. The Lightning have just got 2 against the Raptors. So much to play for. By this Sunday night, we'll have a clear idea of who will be moving on in this Atlantic Conference. Good to see the youth out in their numbers as well.
Yeah, they're going to keep piling in as well. It's so fun to watch a game here under the lights. Once the sun finally goes down and it cools down, you're going to see that tonight.
But he shuffled his options well. Zain Saeed, he's gone to Amila Aponzo. His first over went for just 5 runs. Back into the attack now, the left-arm spinner from Sri Lanka. A lot of Sri Lankans in this minor league. We know Shayan Jayasuriya and his run-scoring ability over the Silicon Valley Strikers. Expect to see him the way that the Strikers have gone about this season. They could probably easily be back at Church Street Park for finals weekend, coming in 2 weeks' time. The all Sri Lankan battle at the moment. Melantha facing Aponzo. The two will know each other very well from their time at the Sri Lankan A side. Will be interesting how Zain Saeed goes about shuffling his options going forward. Has used 6 bowling options so far today. Sorry, make that 5 so far. So making some adjustments. Slipper going in, Raheem Cornwall, so trying to be as aggressive as possible, rightfully so. When you've taken 5 wickets inside the first 10 overs, just 3 fielders outside the circle. Came a long way across Jagadish, but maybe just sliding down. Leg stump.
Great shout there, but that one is definitely going down the leg.
Taken in the deep. Everard Dyer holds on well at deep mid-wicket. And Amila Aponzo just teasing him with a 1 full. Kartikeya Jagadish was under some pressure. Another wicket going out for the Morrisville Raptors. It's been the tail today.
Dyer perhaps getting a little bit tired of watching all these spinners bowl. He'll be happy that he's in the game right now.
Well, a big wicket going down. For the Morrisville Raptors, as Kartikeya Jagadish just goes for 1. Score now 62 for 6. Abhiram Bolisetti, good contribution from him last weekend. Lahir Malanta, the one thing about him, regardless of the situation, he'll always have a smile on his face. Really enjoys his cricket. This young man has got something about him. He can really go hard at the back end of the innings, as he's shown time and time again, but he's got to play a different role today with still 10 overs to bat after this.
This will be a great experience for Abhiram. He's an excellent local youth player. He plays on the USA U19 team. And as you mentioned, just 5 days ago, he helped them score all those runs at the end to beat the Fire to set a high target.
So Ponzo getting his first wicket. They've all been in the wickets, the Atlanta Fire bowlers. Goes full. 2 is the call. It'll just be a single, though. They've done well to just keep tight hold on this Morrisville Raptors team. Haven't let them get away. Just the 1 over that went for 11 runs. Other than that, it's been very economical stuff. Wicket again, just teasing him with a full 1, knowing that that square boundary is one of the bigger here at Church Street Park. Edward there took a good catch because he had to look into the sun.
Just a bit away.
They clearly had something different about them, the Atlanta Fire, this weekend, to start this weekend at least. Par score at this venue this season, 168 for teams batting first in the 7 games played at Church Street Park.
Much higher scoring rate this season than last season, and you can thank the grounds crew here. Curator Pat, he's done a great job with the facility.
Oh my goodness!
Almost went to hand. Ball really doing a bit here at Church Street Park early. Spin on offer.
Under pressure, 60 for 6.
Playing right into the hands probably of this Atlanta Fire team. The way that they're constructed, it's been the seam attack that has been under some pressure. So here, conditions will really suit them. They've got 3 reliable spin options. Subramaniam has caused some problems with the green grass as well. Umpire just having a look at the ball.
Chain, 400.
I can tell you, Nate, Atlanta Fire won't want to change the ball at all the ways things have gone for them in these first 10 overs.
No, absolutely not. They'll want to put this ball in the collection for selection in the next game if one's hitting the woods.
One, only one.
Just a single. The first 10 overs, no question, belong to the Atlanta Fire. 65 for 6.
Who coming out? 6 left. It's a run. It's a run, boy. 6 down. Let's go, fellas. Quick change, yeah.
So yeah, Nikhil, we did have a great time. Well, let's talk a little bit about the scorecard here.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
Abhiram Bolisetti in the middle right now with Lahiro Malanta. Lahiro, 41 from 32. Really the only one worth mentioning.
Hey.
5 options used for Zain Saeed, the captain of this Atlanta Fire team. And it's been all about the spin. A surface that does have that green grass on it, but it is a bit soft on the top, which is clearly playing a part for the spinners. Hussein in the wickets, Raheem Cornwall 2, and could have easily had a 3rd. Jamar Hamilton looking for that run out. Hamilton, of course, captain of the Leeward Islands. Been great to have him in this tournament. Of course, wouldn't be possible without our global partners, having the likes of Toyota, Sunoco, and Dafa News on board, allowing you to bring international players like Raheem Cornwall and Jamar Hamilton, Nasser Hussain, the former international cricketer from Bangladesh, into his first game. The Raptors side of things, the captain, Dane Pete from South Africa. Bus Pinar. Atlanta, of course. Well in control at the moment, though, the Atlanta Fire. They want to keep things this way, continue to take wickets, just restrict them to probably less than 120 from here on in, which, as this surface dries out and does get better for batting, probably will back themselves to chase anything at this stage, the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, it's definitely a ground where you like to bat second. The dew comes in under the lights a little bit. Ball comes onto the bat a little bit better.
Yeah, that dew factor will be something that teams will have to contend with over the weekend. Of course, another game tomorrow evening as well. The Lightning against the Raptors, but it will be something that teams wouldn't have had to deal with much of, that dew factor, especially the Fire. This is their first game under lights. It'll be interesting to see how the teams can contest the dew. Just wasn't ready there, Aviram Bolisetti, but even on that delivery, Raheem Cornwall getting serious spin.
Yeah, because that one went through, you got a good look at how much the ball's turning.
Straight back over his head. Cornwall, he thought he may have stuck out that big right hand, but instead it opted not to, probably smartly. Wouldn't want to get a hand on that. Bolisetti does hit them pretty powerfully. But I can tell you, if there's one man you don't want to put on this surface, is a man that's taken over 35 test wickets, Raheem Cornwall, because he's really caused serious problems. But that will be the wicket he wanted. He'll want correction. Lahiro Malanta, he's already could have had him once with that leg before shout, which was given not out. Over extra cover in the gap as well. Lahiro Malanta, even though they've lost wickets, he's been the lone stallion in this Morrisville Raptors team so far. Moves closer to 50.
Another beautiful shot from Lahiro. I've really enjoyed watching him interact with people. He's a very, like you said, a very joyful person, a very happy guy, always a smile on his face. Everybody speaks very highly of him.
And instantly changing the line. But another good over, just the boundary. And the 4 singles. So 8 from it, 73 for 6.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
73 for 6. And it's been all about the spinners for this Atlanta Fire team. Here Malanta, though, still there on 46. They've only hit 8 boundaries on what is a very quick outfield that you usually see a lot of boundaries on. And 6 of them will come off the bat of Lahiro Malanta. This ground situated very close to the airport, of course. Tons of planes going back and forth, Nate.
Yes, we're only 8 minutes from the airport drive from here, from the ground itself.
Well, I don't want to know where the airport is because I don't want to leave the way that cricket has begun in North Carolina, but just the aura around this venue. When you come here, you just feel different, a different energy. And it's why so many people like to come to the venue and watch.
Well, you're welcome. You should stay here. We'd be happy to have you. You'd be an excellent part of the cricket landscape here, Nikhil.
We're going to have some more of the North Carolina natives on commentary joining us this weekend. Aman Patel, Dane Pete as well, the captain of the Raptors. Had him for brief stint last week. Enjoying this Sri Lankan battle at the moment. The two know each other so well. Emilio Ponzo, Lahir Malanta, two very good friends off the field as well. Both making the move to the United States from Sri Lanka. So a good bit of rivalry, chess match unfolding in the middle.
And we've got Bolisetti now on strike. He's known probably a little bit more for his bowling, but his batting has really come alive this year.
Boy, has he connected with that. Abhiram Bolisetti is a young man, but he really packs the punch. As we saw last weekend, and we're seeing it here again.
He's already performed here big once this season, helping the team to a victory. He scores quickly. You know, he doesn't seem to have a lot of fear, a lot of hesitation. He goes out there to score, and like you said, this is maybe a little bit different situation than you would want a guy like him to bat in. But if he does catch fire, that's great.
Oh! Much better from Aponzo. In terms of the length, it was a lot fuller. He is that type of bowler that will flight the ball, see the perch that he can extract, especially on this surface that has spun. Coming from around the wicket, he likes to get that bit of added drift into the right-hander. Another single, won't mind those too much. They can keep the boundaries to a minimum, keep that rate controllable to less than 7 and over. The Fire will be very happy from here on in. The Raptors only get up to 140, which is well below par. Beautiful day for action in North Carolina as the shadows lengthen. Well, just a single to end, but a much better over from the Morrisville Raptors. 10 from it, 83 for 6. Well, Malanta just the only substantial score for this Raptors side, a team that struggled uncharacteristically in the first 12 overs. They're usually a side that is top heavy, can really put pressure on teams in those power play overs, setting themselves up well for the last 5. It's been all about the spin. Cornwall 2, Aponzo 1, and of course Nasir Hossain. And those tall towers, it's been inconsistent for this Raptors side. They've lost wickets, that's been the key. Well, they still have batting to come. Matthew Ford, still in that dugout, can bat, the all-rounder that they've brought in for the last 2 weekends. Right of screen, Matthew Ford with the pads on. Nasir Hossain will continue for his final over. What a spell it's been in his very first game. Has been very skillful with that change of pace. Does have the ability to flight, but also can be very quick through the air.
That one coming off the edge and away. Spinning on the ground, coming back to the fielder a little bit like a hard tennis ball.
They've done well in the last couple of overs to keep Malanta quiet. Even though he hit that 6 in the last over, hasn't really been able to turn over the strike. When you go from 91 and 47 deliveries last week to now 48 from 39, it will sort of frustrate him, but he's such a good player that he probably will bide his time and look to take the game as deep as possible, knowing that they lost 6 early wickets.
And you mentioned, in the 140 range, not really par on this ground, but I've seen strange things happen at this ground. We call it Morrisville magic here. The Raptors bowl deep. They'll bowl probably 8 different people tonight, and everybody has a different strength. So don't go anywhere. This game could get really close.
Leading edge, and it will be another wicket for Nasir Hossain in his very first game. Boy, has he made an impact. And after all the patience and the partnership beginning to develop for this Raptors side, Bolisetti trying to hit against the spin. Has to depart Easy catch in the end for Tindra Subramaniam.
As I mentioned before, Bullet said he loves to go for it. He loves to go hard. Definitely not the shot there.
We will be disappointed. Abiram Bolisetti looking to into the onside, off the outside edge. An easy catch at point. Had the fielder position there. Bolisetti going for 11. Now 84 for 7. They've lost wickets almost every 2 overs, this Raptors side. They lost 4 inside the power play. Never easy to win a T20 game when you lose 4 wickets inside the first 6 overs. Matthew Ford, though, very capable. The all-rounder brought in to replace Colin Archibald. He did play for that Michigan Cricket Stars team last year. Struck at 140. He's well capable with the bat in hand. Coming off some blistering hot form as well in Barbados at the BCA Super Cup. A couple of hundreds in that tournament, one of the leading run scorers. So he's no shortage with the bat in hand. The Raptors, they will get production from him. He showed last week in that 47-run partnership that he can produce some big blows, but he's got to ensure that he takes the game as deep as possible. Comes in a real tight situation for his team. Best view in the house.
Yeah, and the fans are starting to pour in even more. Right now, there's plenty of TCL representation, the local cricket league, out there on the hill right now.
My memory of a packed house at Church Street Park, those USA-Canada games, Nate, really shows you the potential of cricket at this venue.
Yeah, so you're right.
Get him!
Those were some very thrilling games, probably 2 of the best games I've seen even up until now. And yeah, the local TCL volunteers, Triangle Cricket League volunteers helped put that on, helped make that happen, and we had over 2,000 people for those USA versus Canada games.
Nasser Hossain, 2 wickets for 18 runs. Just got in on Wednesday. And instantly, as you expect from your former international players, so much experience for the all-rounder, making an immediate impact. Can he get one more, though? The one that they want, Lahira Melantha. Select to advance down the track, trying to minimize the spin. But a dot to end the over. Another successful one for the Fire. 85 for 7. Just 7 overs remaining here in this first innings at Church Street Park. Nate Hayes, you picked the Morrisville Raptors to win this game. How did they rebound from this start and ensure that they get it to something respectable?
Well, it will help if Lahiru Malantha has a partner that can help take this to the end. You definitely want Matthew Ford to stick around. As I mentioned, Abiram Bolisetti loves to go hard. So does Matthew Ford. Matthew Ford is a very, very class cricketer. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them pile on the runs here after the next couple of overs. They're very happy to see Nasser Hossain's back after that last over. He's exhausted his quota for the day.
We'll talk about roll of the dice from Zain Saeed. Clearly spin working for his team. He's gone to young Rishi Pandey, 16 years old, who's just bowled 5 overs in this tournament. But I've watched him with his leg spin. He can cause some problems for opposition batters. Rishi Pandey hasn't taken a wicket in the minor league so far. He's a young player with a lot to offer with bat in hand. Let's see what he can do on this track, which has spun. Not an easy task bowling to Ford.
No, not easy at all. And this is one of the things I love about minor league cricket is having the inclusion of the youth players. Every team has to play one U19 and one U21 player in every game. So we get to see young stars like Pandey develop.
Quick single, and it goes through. Subramaniam, they will just stay for 1. But already Something happening for Rishi Pandey. Probably want to get that length a bit fuller.
Go at T. Jim, come over.
Hiro Malanta, though, one of the best players of spin in this tournament. So this probably tells you why he's been the only one that's been able to fight through what's been a superb bowling performance from the Atlanta Fire. Now force spinner into the attack. Already seeing Cornwall, Hossein, Amila Ponzo, and now the leg spin. They've got different variations. Full toss. And he just puts it in the area he wanted. Lahir Malanta, he could do anything with it. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. They need a lot more of that. And with it, he goes to his 50. Another quality innings from the Sri Lankan as he now picks up what is his 5th half century in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. He's been a revelation.
He's been absolutely fantastic. And so many times this season, he has scored at least 40 runs. It's nice to see him converting some of these into 50s now. Earlier in the season, it seemed like once he got to about 40 runs, he couldn't wait to get out.
Much better from Pandey, allowing the ball to do something off the surface. But Lahir Malanta, my oh my. You look at his runs tally this season. He's now gone well past the 400-run mark. 424 runs it is now. An average of close to 50. It just tells you how important he's been for this Raptors team. And if they are to get to anything close to that 150 mark, Malanta's going to have to bat till the 20th over. You know that he can't take too many risks, but when he does get the opportunity, like he did earlier this over, he's got to score.
Yeah,
bowled from Pandey.
Yeah, Lahiro, he has 7 innings so far this season where he's scored at least 40 runs. He's just been a rock for this team at the top of the order.
Lovely.
Just a single to end the over. A decent start for young Pandey. Concedes 7. 92 for 7.
Take a look at those bowling figures there for Atlanta. Hussain, Subramanian, Cornwall, each with 2 wickets. Very economical. There's been no reason to do anything but what they've done. There's been no reason to do anything but bowl spin right now. It makes me wonder how the Raptors will answer in their bowling innings.
Well, it's a much improved start from the Atlanta Fire because you look at the 3 games that they've lost this season. They've conceded a run rate of 9 runs per over in the power play. Today, in the first 6 overs, they were able to take 4 wickets for just 43 runs. And it tells you why they're in such a good position in the last 6 overs. Rakeem Cornwall, man with the magic arm, with both bat and ball this season. Still has 1 over remaining in his spell. So he comes into the attack now. It's an interesting decision by Saeed to bowl him now, as opposed to one inside the last 5 overs. But it tells you that the motive is they want to continue to take wickets and get that wicket of Lahir Malanta, the left-hander, with Cornwall the off-spin option, spinning the ball away. And these 2 in the middle will know each other very well, Matthew Ford and Rakeem Cornwall. A lot of cricket played against each other in the Caribbean and in the United States. And a right smile from Cornwall because he knows exactly the power that Matthew Ford possesses. Ford has got him out a couple of times as well with the ball in hand, so that will be a key battle to watch as this game goes on.
Yeah, you like to see these little friendly rivalries. You like to see the players interacting with each other.
Coming down the track this time. And I thought we've seen that throughout this innings. want to come down the track. And because we've got our corporate sponsorship on board, DAFA News, they've been superb. It's allowed us to have international talents like Lahira Malanta and Matthew Ford come from all the way from Barbados to play in this minor league. Ball again from Cornwall, very full, so slow through the air, especially on surfaces like this, because he allows the ball to do things, ask questions of the batters. So experienced, even though he's only played 9 test matches, so many games at the first class level for the Leeward Islands. Of course, representing the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL this season. He'll be playing for the Barbados Royals. Matthew Ford will be playing for the St. Lucia Kings at the other end. How important will it be, Nate, for teams who will lose a lot of their seasoned players? You look at just the 3 teams alone here over the weekend. The Lightning will lose Carrie Pear, Terrence Hines, Jesse Boutan. The Fire will lose Cornwall. The Raptors will lose Matthew Ford. Goes to Rishi Pandey at point. Work to be done for Everard Dyer, who can't cut it off. Or he does actually in the end. The big right boot comes out. Everard Dyer does well to save that to just 2 runs. Those are the small things that just make all the difference.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing stops like that locally with my club team. Run, put your foot out. Ooh, that looked like it went for 4 there. It looked like his foot hit the boundary as the ball hit his foot.
But of course, the umpires, they don't have the luxury of having the television replay, so we've got to go on their decision. Very hard for them to see from that angle. Touch and go. Down the leg side, we'll have to rebowl that one, Cornwall. But yeah, the impact of teams, what will it mean for the likes of the Fire, the Lightning? Just 2 of the teams that will lose a lot of their important players after this weekend. Tell me in the next over. Just a single to end. Oh, they're coming back for 2. Good running by these 2. They're very quick between the wickets. They've got a good understanding. The 100 comes up after 15 overs. 99 for Salvin. Well, 5 overs remain. The Morrisville Raptors, they won't feel too unhappy about this position being 100 runs the last 5, but the problem is the wickets column. They need a partnership and need it desperately. Lahira Malanta, who's been the leading run scorer for this Raptors team, is still there in the middle, fighting for his team. It's been another 50, the 5th of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. And he's facing his Sri Lankan counterpart, Mila Ponzo, for his final over. He's picked up the 1 wicket.
In front, Nas, in front.
Yeah, things could be worse right now for Morrisville. Like you said, Malanta is still there.
Sweeps this really well. Matthew Ford is a good time of the ball. And even Atinja Subramaniam, who's very quick, can't cut it off. Good way to start the over. Puts Aponzo on the back foot and under some pressure.
Beautiful stroke there. Last over, you were talking about how a lot of these West Indians... Ah, yeah, excellent stroke there from Matthew Ford. Excellent batter.
2 is the call. Work to be done in the deep. And they're putting pressure on the fielders. This is very good from the Raptors because even though they've lost wickets, they will look to bring the intensity to the middle. It's what you have to do for those youngsters watching at home. When you're in tight situations, you've got to find ways. The running between the wickets is a big one that they can allow them to score and get some of that momentum back on their side. Morrisville Raptors. Mind games happening. Mila Aponzo just had a look at his Sri Lankan friend who was sauntering out of his crease. Malanta at the bowler's end. Oh, down the leg side, beats everything and everyone, and it will be more runs. Not the ideal time for things to fall apart for the Atlanta Fire, because all of a sudden 11 runs have come from the over and just 2 deliveries have been bowled.
You get a good look at that quick, large outfield here in Morrisville at Church Street Park. That ball was always going to be 4 once he missed it.
Much slower from Emilio Alfonso. Good bowling, veering his pace well, knowing that Ford is on the attack, making him wait. He's going to have to generate his own power, Matthew Ford, when he's facing Emilio Alfonso.
One.
Just a single down the ground. This Raptors batting mentioned that the fact that they've only lost 1 game in this tournament when they've batted first, and especially at this phase of the innings, this is where they've been most effective. In the last 5 overs, you look at the games that they batted first, they score close to 11 runs per over at this phase of the innings.
Yeah, and one of the reasons is because they have guys who can put the ball away. Like these two.
Mind games being played. Emilio Alfonso knows Lahir Malanta very well, the 2 from Sri Lanka. He's got a straight face, but I can tell you, deep down, he wants to have a big laugh. What a cracking shot that is.
Coming.
Yes, it didn't go for 4, but such a good time of the cricket ball, Lahir Malanta, even on this surface, which has been tough for batting. And all of a sudden, at over 7 runs and over, with still 4 after this remaining, the Morrisville Raptors not in a bad position to get up to that 160.
As long as these two keep going, absolutely.
Just the big over that the Morrisville Raptors needed. 14 runs coming from the over, 115 now for 7. Well, this is why they brought in the likes of Matthew Ford, because of the depth that he can provide for this team. Coming at number 9, and so far so good for these two in the middle. They've built a healthy partnership for the Morrisville Raptors team. Now, one worth 31 runs, and they'll be looking to propel this innings in the last 4 overs. The tallest tower of them all, that 16th over. Could that be the start of good things to come?
You mentioned some of the West Indian players who are leaving the league for the CPL. We locally here, the Morrisville Raptors have lost Kezzy Archibald already. They're going to lose Matthew Ford if they advance into the playoffs.
Well, Archibald should be returning after his 18 duties for this Raptors team. Wasn't selected in that Caribbean Premier League, so will look to compete if the Raptors can get over the line and get to that playoff spot. The fans, well, they're slowly trickling in, but it's really a great family event. What I love to call almost a festival every time you come to Church Street Park, especially when you watch players like Lahir Malanta, because boy, has he been a joy. Even on what has been a tougher surface to bat on, the strike rate tells you all. He's a man that strikes at 150 in the tournament. Today, though, he's had to work very hard against spin. Just 120 he's striking at today, but it's been such a crucial innings for his team to get them to a respectable position. Can he finish the job off in these last 4 overs? Everard Dyer comes into the attack.
Let's see if they take advantage of this break in the spin attack. You mentioned Lahiro's strength against spin. We both got to see him in Houston on a very difficult pitch back in, what was that, April? He was one of the better performers in that as well.
Well, 4 overs remain. Subramaniam has got 2. Expect him to bowl 2 of the 4, but then he's got an interesting choice. Does he go to 2 from Everard Dyer, or does he look to the leg spinner, Rishi Pandey? Thought maybe he could have snuck a Rishi Pandey over in here. Bowled him around his legs. Everard Dyer hits the leg stump. The very first delivery of the over. And what a big wicket that is, because it's the danger man, Milanta, gone.
They finally get their guy, and it wasn't Cornwall who got him, but it was a fast bowler.
Came a long way across his stumps. Milanta just looked to use the pace, but he missed, and Everardaya said, well, you miss, I hit. Look how far the ball went as well. It tells you about the pace of Everardaya. Milanta going for 60. 115 for 8 now. But that was the wicket that the Atlanta Fire would have so desperately wanted, because now it's brought Aditya Padala, who's shown that he already can bat. 16 from 5 deliveries last weekend in a winning cause. But still, Milanta would have been the experienced man. They would have wanted to bat right to the end.
It's amazing how fast the mood changes. We were just talking about how the Raptors might still be in this game, might still be trying to get to about 160. And then the man who was going to take him there just ends his day. But as you mentioned, Aditya Padala, very good batter himself. This team counts on all of their batters. They bat deep. They count on everybody. Here's a look again at the wicket.
Just came a long way across and probably didn't bounce as much as you would have expected. Cannon into leg stump. Everyone ducked for cover. Jamar Hamilton right behind the stumps. Had to get out the way quickly because it had some venom on it, some bit of extra venom from Everardaya. It's been a tad expensive in this year's tournament, but he has been that wicket-taking option. He's gone at over 9 runs and over in the 10 games he's bowled in. Taken 10 wickets as well. So they have to make use of the full quota of 20 overs, the Morrisville Raptors. Matthew Ford will be edging to get back on strike, as he does now. How do you play this situation? You know that Aditya Padala is very capable at the other end, but still, if you're Matthew Ford, do you want to face the majority of these deliveries, or do you trust in your partner?
I think you want to take the most of the deliveries if you're a Matthew Ford. I think he's itching to show what he's capable of here at this ground in front of the crowd. But it's nice to know that on the other end you have a guy who can bat and bat well.
Yeah, one option we didn't see today from the Atlanta Fire is Liab Sauerman, who does bowl those cutters into the pitch. Thought maybe on this surface he could have been used, but just the 2 seam options. Remember, no Cornet Dry, who's the second leading wicket taker in this Fire team. 15 wickets for him, but not in the team today. So it is something that they've had to contend with. Ford goes over cover. Gets it in the gap well. It is a big boundary square. Rishi Pandey is very quick. He's able to just keep it to 2. The Atlanta Fire have been extremely good in the field. Saved at least 10 or 15 runs.
It's very important to be good in the field on this ground, needless to say. But yeah, it is a big ground. Games get very tight here. We've seen a lot of close games here. We saw back-to-back earlier in the season on consecutive days. We saw a game go down to the very last ball, and then the very next day we had a super over, and then the next day we had another super over.
Well, that will not be good for the Fire, because they've done so well to keep the pressure on, and a free hit is what Matthew Ford will have to go after, because when you have such a tight hold on a team, a firm grip of proceedings, you don't want to give them any sniff, any opportunity to release the pressure. Touch and go. Very close. But in the end, the umpire's decision is final. They've got to make that call right then and there. No third umpire to see it on television. Free hit delivery. Big swing and a miss. You'll be disappointed for. He didn't get close to the pitch of the ball. That's what didn't allow him to make contact. Went for that extra cover option. Went pace off Everardaya. Successful result in the end.
Dyer's ball is going through really quick today.
Tries it again, and another swing and a miss. Looking to capitalize on every delivery, Matthew Ford, but he hasn't connected. Be disappointed. He's got to start just over a run a ball. will have to be there for these remaining 3 overs, though. They've got to ensure that they at least bat to the 20th over. Don't want to give or leave any deliveries. This time tries a different option. Run out chance, surely. He hits direct. And it is another wicket for this Atlanta Fire team. Matthew Ford wanted to retain the strike for the next over, but Aditya Padala, even with the dive, comes up short.
There will be no repeat of last week, it looks like, for Aditya Padala, who helped guide the team. Oof, that one must not have felt good either for Ford there. Oof.
Gone by a mile. Good decision in the end by the umpires. Jamar Hamilton quick to pick up the ball, remove the bails. And Aditya Padala, not much of an impact. He's gone. 17 overs completed, 119 for 9.
Let's go, fellas.
So Karan Saravana Kumar, the final batter for this Morrisville Raptors team. And they'll be disappointed knowing that they've only lost 6 matches over the 2 seasons here, especially the fact that this season the average score has been 168 in the 7 matches played for teams batting first at Church Street Park. So they'll feel like they're well below par, but if they can get up to maybe 130, still 3 overs remaining, a runner ball from here gets you to that 140 mark or close. But the problem is that wicket's column. They've only got 1 wicket remaining. So it's really up to this pair, really up to Matthew Ford. Surely Matthew Ford has got to look to face every delivery of these last 3 overs to try to capitalize. He's got a difficult job on his hands, Ford. The youngster has bowled extremely well today, 2 for 16 for Subramaniam.
Zen, you come this way. A little bit more Zen.
Yeah, Kieran is not a bad batter himself, batting 11 for the Raptors, but he is a bit of an all-rounder.
Straight back, down the ground. There's that long off-field in place. It would just be a single. That's probably the ideal result for the Atlanta Fire, because now they've got 5 deliveries at Kiran Saravana Kumar, who's probably his sole job is just get 1. The 120 comes up for the Raptors. We have seen this, though, from their batting lineup in this tournament, though. Nate, the couple of games where the batting has struggled. You look at 2 weekends ago against the Orlando Galaxy, in a game they lost. They were unable to chase 124, just got it to 119. And then we've seen them be restricted to 136 in the 20 overs. So they have had some games where they have struggled with the bat in hand.
They'll be hoping that this is the only one this weekend. They can't afford to do this against the Lightning.
Just gets that desired single. You keep saying it, Nate, but I keep telling you, I don't think they can afford to do it against any of these teams, because this Southern Division, so close. The Atlanta Lightning, all of a sudden, if you're the Raptors, you lose today, and then you go into tomorrow, you lose that one, then you're under serious pressure. So even with this 121, yes, it's well below par. It's something for their bowlers to bowl at. If they can take early wickets, they exposed that top order last weekend of the Atlanta Fire. Slower delivery, it goes straight up. Could this be the final wicket? Aponzo under it, and he puts it down. How crucial could that be? It went a long way up in the air, and it's gone all the way for 6 as well.
Took a wrong first step. He should have gone back on that one. He runs in there. Now he's got a backpedal going down a slope.
Well, that will be such a costly blow, not only for the drop chance, but the fact that it's gone for a maximum. And that right there could have been the innings. The importance of taking your catches. The Fire have been good all day in the field. Down the track again, but it's only going to be 1.
Can't tell you how many times a game at this ground has come down to a simple thing like that. We often look back at the end of a game at something that happened in the first innings that, had it gone another way, would have changed the outcome.
Well, he went pace off. It was a good option, went wide outside that off stump. They thought they had their man, the Atlanta Fire. Aponzo's a safe fielder, but just put it down. Goes pace off again. Going to be signaled a wide, though. You can see the intent, though. Trying to keep Saravana Kumar on strike, bowling on a length and a line, that he's found pretty consistently over the course of the day on that 5th stump.
Yeah, you always risk the wide there. I think you might take it, you know, just to make sure that you're keeping that game plan.
Bowled him, and there it goes. The innings complete. For the Morrisville Raptors, it's been a clinical bowling performance from the Atlanta Fire, a team that have come to Morrisville and are in desperate need of wins as they want to qualify for those top 2 spots. What a performance to completely dismantle the home team for just 129 runs. Full at the stumps to the number 11, right on the money, and Subramaniam does the rest. Cannonball, it's been definitely his best performance of the season with the ball in hand. An Atlanta Fire team with their tails up. They'll feel extremely good about this bowling performance on a very high-scoring venue, mind you. But it has been a tough surface to bat on. Matthew Ford stranded at the other end. Saravana Kumar, the last to go. The young man will be very happy with that performance. 3 wickets for 26 runs. Definitely his best of the tournament. He's needed to step up with the ball in hand. And today, in the absence of Cornet Dry, boy, has he done that well. What a first innings that has been. We've had an all early start from the Atlanta Fire, but Lahiro Malanta with his 60, getting them to something respectable. A good finish from Matthew Ford in the end, who ended not out on 24. Other than that, not much to speak about for the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, Subramanian making a case for himself to be this week's DAFA News Emerging Player of the Week with his 3-wicket performance. Other than that, it was mostly spin. Obviously, Everoy Dyer with his nice job bowling taking the big wicket of Lahiro Malanta. But brilliant spin display throughout the game.
Well, the Atlanta Fire have done all the hard work to restrict what has been a very powerful Morrisville Raptors batting lineup to just 129. And it will mean that the Fire will need 130 to win. Just going at 6.5 runs per over. We know the power that they have in their batting lineup. Well, here's how the innings unfolded if you missed any of it, because it was pure action. Very first delivery, Nasser Hussain in his very first game picked up the wicket of Vinod Kumar Kendaswamy. This young man, though, bowled extremely well in his first over. Atinja Subramaniam bringing that outside edge into play, getting some sideways movement on this surface. Obas Pinyar, as he so often does, started extremely well. Lahiro Malanta, though, masterclass yet again on what was a very difficult surface to bat on. Got to 60, but no one else on his team was able to help him, was able to stand there and build a partnership. This one was a decent one between Pinyar and Lahiro Malanta, as it so often is. The two were able to put on some 23 runs, but then Jacobus Pinyar fell down the leg side. Cornwall's very first delivery, getting some grip, an extra bit of bounce, which completely caught Obas Pinyar by surprise. And it was the big man with the golden arm yet again, making a difference for his team. And in the very same over, Diva Rapu Shiva Kumar caught at that square leg position. Cornwall had 2 in the over. But Lahiro Malanta at the other end, even with all going on, wasn't phased. Subramaniam came, and when he went short, was just too easy. Sat up. Lahiro Malanta, so powerful, but then was able to adjust that length and get Dane Peake caught inside edge. Bit of movement late. Malanta, anything short, he pounced upon. He was just a joy to watch. Uncharacteristic in terms of his strike rate, but his 5th half-century in the tournament. This was the wicket of Kartikeya Jagadish, sent up the order, trying to provide some stability, but he struggled. Abhiram Bolisetti, we know him, we have the ability to finish innings off. With the youngster looking to go into the onside. Another wicket for the spin of the Atlanta Fire. Rishi Pandey, just the 1 over. And when he's straight in terms of that length, full toss, easy for Lahiro Malanta. Matthew Ford and Malanta, this was the partnership that you thought, had they back to the 20th over, could have easily got up to 150. Played a couple good strokes forward, but Lahiro Malanta went very soon after to Evroy Dyer, came right across his stumps. Ball that didn't bounce as much as he would have expected. This was a run out, probably not the smartest of cricket. Matthew Ford trying to retain the strike. Kadalo short. Direct hit from Jamar Hamilton, who won't miss too often. And Matthew Ford was given a light at long off, one that should have been taken, but just misjudged it, Amila Aponzo. But then Saravana Kumar cannonball into the stumps. The youngster finished with 3, and the Atlanta Fire restricting them to just 129. But you never know at this venue with these low scores. It should be a very exciting run chase. 130 it will be for the Atlanta Fire to win.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Guys, did you say that's Bobber with the drone? Oh, awesome. I'll give him a shout out then. Yeah, it is somehow. It's crazy, right?
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
An innings which belonged to the Atlanta Fire, being able to restrict what has been a very powerful Morrisville Raptors team to just 129 runs. The key there is that the Raptors have left 13 deliveries out there. They haven't faced the full quota of 20 overs. How pivotal could that be as we get ready for the run chase, where the Fire, with all their power, Raheem Cornwall up top, the leading six-hitter in this 2022 Toyota Minor League, will be in action. It was all about the spin. Nasser Hossein on the very first delivery, striking 2 wickets for him. 1 also for Aponzo and Evroy Dyer. 2 for Raheem Cornwall, but the pick of the bowlers for me, Atinja Subramaniam, even on the tad expensive side, 3 wickets for 26 runs. He was brilliant. Well, the Atlanta Fire will then need 130 to win from their 20 overs, just over 6.5 per over. And the reason that the Raptors, even with all the loss of wickets, were still able to get something respectable was because of this man on screen. 5th half century in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Boy, was he brilliant, Nate Hayes.
A bright star in an otherwise very dark night for the Morrisville Raptors. He was absolutely fantastic. We got to see what he does best. He was the perfect foil for Atlanta's attack. However, the Raptors would have wanted another 1 or 2 foils to go along with him.
It's just about his ability to attack those shorter deliveries. So good on the pull. So good with the wrists, as players from the subcontinent are, but especially on this surface, which was tough at first. The ball spinning and doing a lot. His ability to play the spin really shining through. Excellent from him. And the Atlanta Fire will need someone to bat through the innings, much like he did. But just 130, they'll bat themselves. Interestingly, at Church Street Park, Nate, doing some research, 23 T20s played here over the 2 seasons, 13 won by teams chasing, and only 10 won by teams batting first. So it is a ground that teams like to bat second on, and the Fire won the toss, and of course, in the dream position with that man on screen. His final weekend of this tournament, but boy, has he made a difference. 39 sixes in this tournament.
He is definitely the biggest slugger in the league this season. He is a joy to watch. I love watching Raheem Cornwall. You just have to watch him. He draws your eye.
Well, he's really relishing the opportunity to be under lights and with a packed crowd in. Rishi Pandey, I love this move from the Atlanta Fire. We have seen him at the top of the order in a couple of games, but he's such an exciting young prospect. When you only need to score at above 6 runs and over, you can't afford to have someone there to stabilize the innings, especially after they would have seen the Raptors lose 4 inside the first 6 overs. Shivakumar Duvarapu with the new ball in hand.
You know this guy? Huh? You know this guy?
Bowlers coming right time over.
He didn't play that game against the Atlanta Fire, so it will be a new challenge for Cornwall, who was dismissed to the left arm seam of Aditya Padala last weekend. It'll be a wicket that they'll have to take early. The Morrisville Raptors, first delivery on the way. And leaves it outside the off stump. Interesting, getting some movement with that green grass. We do see the sideways movement, angling the ball into the right-handed Cornwall, getting the ball to leave. Can't tell from that angle, but you can see good seam position. Raheem Cornwall, I tell you, what a character, what a joy to watch in this tournament. I keep talking about him. I sound like a broken record, Nate Hayes, but what a revelation. Big swing across the line, though. Would have looked to cut. You look at the field and what he's got. Has that fielder at the deep third position. We want to see that a lot more. The Morrisville Raptors bringing that outside edge into play. Do have a slip in place.
Yeah, if the Raptors want any chance to win this game, they have to strike early on Cornwall.
You can see the men that he's got out the circle, that deep third fielder and the deep mid-wicket fielder is the 2. Well, when he connects, look out if you're in the crowd. This man has hit 6s for fun in this tournament. It will just be a 4, but I tell you, a couple of more of those, and we could be heading home very soon, Nate Hayes.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you have to get him out early if you want a chance to win this game. 130 is not a big total for a batter like Rakeem Cornwall. It's not going to phase him one bit.
It was all about the change in line. He went, the first 2 deliveries were outside the off stump, and it was success for Shiva Kumar. But then went to the body of Rakeem Cornwall. You cannot afford to be there because he will hoik you into the onside. What a delivery. Oh, that's a peach. Test delivery. Angling in, just leaving him at the last second. Good comeback from Shiva Kumar Devarapu.
That's the kind of ball that'll make you bend your knees a little bit more. Coming in and then angling away off the pitch. Beautiful delivery. This, we're seeing a little bit of why Shiva Kumar was selected for Team USA recently.
This time, getting some movement in. So he clearly has the ability to move the ball both ways. It's a skillful seamer from India, of course. Just made his, as you just said, Nate, his international debut against the Netherlands, playing for the United States. Haven't seen him much at that level, but he has been impressive for this team. Picked up 1 wicket last weekend. So far, a couple of really good deliveries against Cornwall. Never easy to bowl to him. Interested to see where Dane Peake goes for the next over from the other end. Or just flicked. Too easy for Cornwall. You cannot bowl on his legs because of his dominance in the onside. And what was such a good over ends well for the Fire. 8 from it. Well on their way to chase this 130.
Only 1 wicket, boys.
Tons of batting to come, and they'll be very happy with the start. Interesting move to drop the captain down the order. You've seen him open the last 2 games, Zain Saeed. They do have the all-round ability of Nasser Hossain.
Thank you.
At the same time, Syed has not had the same results as last season so far with the bat. He's scoring at a 136 strike rate compared to last season where he scored at a 163 strike rate. But he won't need a high strike rate today.
Left arm over.
Well, Aditya Padala, the left arm seam, he was the man that made the instant breakthrough for this Raptors side last weekend when they were chasing 203, the Fire. So Aditya Padala, not the quickest, but he does have the ability to swing the ball, and especially on this green surface, he will try to get a bit of extra movement. Malanta does this so often, comes up to the stumps. I think it's what played a part in dismissing Rakeem Cornwall last weekend.
Yeah, he's a very, very good wicket keeper. So this is one of his tricks for sure.
You can see they're trying to get that bit of extra movement. Well, Nate, you look at Rakeem Cornwall in this tournament, the 10 innings he's batted, over 400 runs, but it's been about his impact for me. The 3 games that this team has lost, one against the Stallions, against the Lightning, and against the Raptors, his scores were 7, 22, and 6. Anytime Cornwall has crossed 30 in this tournament, the Fire are unbeaten. Down the leg side, and it goes through Malanta. It's the price you pay when you're at the stumps, never easy. It's going to be a costly blow, not the ideal start. You need wickets and need them quickly.
You need to build up pressure, and that's definitely not building up pressure. But yeah, you mentioned, there's a good look at it. Cutting, oof, very difficult for any keeper. You've got that little bit of bat shyness.
Yeah, just listen to that stat though. Anytime Rakeem Cornwall has passed 30 runs, the Atlanta Fire have not lost the game. In the air for half a second. Whether that is batting first or chasing. Once he passes 30, the Fire are in a much better position to win games. And it tells you about the impact, because not only the 30 runs, but how quickly he's able to get them as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he gets those 30 runs typically in about 15 balls.
Down the leg side again. So Padala has struggled with that line early on. He's only bowled 2 legal deliveries and already he's conceded 6 runs in the over. Just wonder how much that fear factor is playing on the minds of the Morrisville Raptors. Captain Dane Pete will have a lot to think about. That was the wide.
The hero a little bit better at getting to that one, just getting his entire body behind it.
Rishi Pandey yet to get off the mark, and Cornwall, you can see every delivery is edging to get back on strike. So Rishi Pandey, I think, he's just got to find a single. Dane Pete will try to will his team because he knows he's got a big home crowd in and how important this weekend is. So you'll want to find every way for his team to fight in this contest. The same way that the Raptors lost 4 wickets when they batted in the power play. The Fire are capable as well. Good option from Pandey. 2 is the call, but it'll just be definitely a single with Raheem Cornwall there at the other end.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him change hats more than we'll see him run for doubles in this game.
2 legs.
Well, they were able to dismiss Cornwall early last weekend. Mentioned Padala, just 3 deliveries Cornwall was able to face against him before he was dismissed for just 6 runs. Already seen him hit 2 big boundaries. Real pity that we'll be losing this man after this weekend because of his Caribbean Premier League duties. And what a void he'll leave in this Atlanta Fire team. We saw him with the ball earlier, taking 2 wickets. But we know he's one of the destroyers in the power play, not only in the US or in the minor league, Nate, I'll say in world cricket. I find it real surprising that Raheem Cornwall isn't traveled around the circuits more often, because he's shown you in this tournament what he's capable of doing to oppositions inside the first 6 overs.
I agree. He gets every team he plays for gets him off to such a great start.
I like that though from Padala. He's used this option to get the wicket of Cornwall. Pushing the ball across the right-hander, and he got the breakthrough last weekend. Yet to do it yet in this one. 15 for none after 2. Such a tight Southern division. The Raptors currently set up top after getting points from the Fort Lauderdale Lions earlier today. A game that was not played. The points were awarded to the Morrisville Raptors. Still got 3 games, well 2 after this in the group stages remaining, coming up over the course of the next 2 days at Church Street Park.
We can thank Bobber Bog for these beautiful drone shots. If you have a drone with a camera, this is the place to take it. Of course, watch out for the airplanes. They fly awfully low. There you go, you can hear that airplane.
This is a real interesting decision from Dane Pete. He's going back to Shivakumar Duvarapu. Oh, run-out chance of the bowlers, and Cornwall completely gave up. He went a long way down the pitch and turned around, knew he could not get back. Derek hit, he would have been gone by a long way.
I know Obis wishes that he had taken his time on that. Maybe not thrown that so dramatically side-armed.
Was out by a long way. Even on the return, almost had a chance. Abhiram Bolisetti. Rishi Pandey has struggled. Now, this surface is something we saw when the Fire were bowling inside the first 6 overs. 4 of the first 6 overs were bowled by spinners. Early though, Dane Pete opting to bowl 3 overs of seam so far. I wonder if that's because of Cornwall knowing his strike rate against spin. Here's a look at the surface again. That green grass, probably on the heavier side because of the amount of action we have on this one surface over the course of the 3 days. You want to have a surface that's held together well. So great just to be back on turf though in this Atlantic Conference.
Yeah, this is one of the things that separates this ground from everywhere else in this division. But really, to me, the best thing about it is the outfield.
And this will excite the Raptors because the fact that Rishi Pandey has struggled at one end, it's also meant that Raheem Cornwall has been starved of the strike at the non-striker's end. And Rishi Pandey, you can hear the loud chirping from the Raptors. All of a sudden, the body language has increased. And Rishi Pandey is a youngster, just 16 years old. How does he play this situation? Does he go for the big shot? Just needs to find a single, you think. And another dot. Frustration for the Atlanta Fire. Now, mind you, Nate, they're only chasing 130. No real rush needed. But top balls in any form of cricket, always key to building pressure.
Well, one of the ways to keep Cornwall from scoring that 30 from 15 is to make sure that he's facing some of those balls outside of the power play. And you do that by keeping him off strike, pinning down his partner.
5 dot balls in the over from Shivakumar Duvarapu. Boy, has this been the over that the Morrisville Raptors so desperately needed. After a couple early boundaries, they would have been under pressure. But young Rishi Pandey, 1 run from his first 9 deliveries. How does he now go about this? Wonder what Raheem Cornwall is telling him, being the senior man at the other end. Dane Pete always likes to be in these battles, will never give up. Knows the importance of all 3 of these matches for the Morrisville Raptors. Tried to give him the single, but Cornwall will keep the strike for the next over. Made an over. All happening at Church Street Park. End of 3:15 for none. Well, if you're now joining us, boy, have you missed out on some nail-biting action over the course of this game so far, where it's been absolutely special to watch the battle between the 2 teams, the Atlanta Fire and the Morrisville Raptors, all to play for this weekend.
Yeah, as you mentioned, every game important. The Raptors want to head into the games against the Lightning with some steam. And there's some fans giving us a wave. Love to see it. How can you not have a smile on your face here?
How did they know that they're on camera? Do they have some eyes in our control room back in Utah? They need some big binoculars for that. It's been another great way that this production has come together. The fact that we can have in the air should be taken. That is what pressure does. Raheem Cornwall was starved of the strike in the last 2 overs. It's a screamer. Taken at that straight wicket fielder. They've held on one-handed, and could this be game on for the Morrisville Raptors?
What an amazing catch there by Vinith Kumar Kandaswamy. Stumbling backwards. See, the field is crowned a little bit, so anytime you're backpedaling, you're going to be going down a hill. It's a little bit tough to keep your balance sometimes. He did a great job there. What an amazing catch. That's huge.
The danger man walking back. Cornwall just gone for 8. They lose their first wicket now. The Fire 15 for 1.
Now we see how it goes in the playoffs, boys. Here we go now.
Zain Saeed, the captain, in at number 3. And he just won that last over. It's now 9 deliveries in this innings where the Atlanta Fire have not scored a single run. Even when you chase 130, pressure just helps your cause so much. The last over, Raheem Cornwall watched every delivery from the other end. And then the youngster yet again, Nate Hayes. Last weekend it was Aditya Padala with that angle going over the wicket to the right-hander. He got him caught behind. No, actually, sorry, it was caught in the deep, similar fashion. Cornwall will be disappointed that he's missed out. He's been so reliable for this team. Here it is again, pushing the ball across. Just caught one to straighten, and what a catch this is, though, because he just misjudged it. And in the end, Kandaswamy holding on.
And Aditya Padala coming up big again. He's having a great season. He's a very talented young player. Got a lot of ice water in his veins.
Now, Zain Saeed hasn't been in the runs this season. He's batted at number 5. We've seen him open the batting last weekend. They do have a lot of batting to come. The Fire, even though they've lost Cornwall, will have to know that they just need 130 runs. A couple big overs, and that's the game for you.
Yeah, it's T20 cricket. This game can be taken over by a single batter at any minute.
So he just won off the mark straight away. I think it's for Rishi Pandey now to learn. The youngster faced a maiden over in the last against Shiva Kumar Duvarapu. He's got to turn over the strike more readily for his team because he'd see what pressure can do. How often do we see a batter in such good nick? Just has to watch from the other end, and it plays a part. Breaks some rhythm, momentum. And clearly working for the Morrisville Raptors. You can hear they were very loud, animated. They know that they're well in this game. What a shot that is, though. Cracking from the youngster. He's learned and learned well. Just luscious from Rishi Pandey. Young player with a lot of talent.
Way to fight back there. Back yourself a little bit. Great shot. Right under the beautiful scoreboard here at Church Street Park.
Well, 6 dots in the last over with Rishi Pandey. When he gets one in his half, he's showing that he will go after it. Would have been a big wicket to lose Cornwall beginning of this over. But if these two can just battle this power play, regardless of the score, you're only chasing 130, you're still in control of this game, the Fire. This time in the offside, and it beats the man inside the circle. It's going to be 4 more back-to-back boundaries for the Fire. Rishi Pandey is a very talented young player, 16 years old, playing shorts like this.
Terrific comeback here. Atlanta Fire are not hanging their heads one bit after that first wicket. There's no reason to. As you said, Nick, they're only chasing 130. And they've got Jamar Hamilton yet to bat. And, you know, the rest of the team, too.
Yeah, they've also got Nasser Hossain, the all-rounder former international player from Bangladesh, played in all 3 formats still to come. So they've added to the depth of this batting lineup. Pulls it in the onside now. 3 boundaries in a row for Rishi Pandey. Batting masterclass unfolding at Church Street Park.
Oh, it's wonderful seeing these beautiful images on our screens. Just right at his body. Did an excellent job of getting underneath it a little, just enough.
13 runs from the over, 28 for 1.
1, 2, 3.
Sir. Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Bowler's coming right arm over.
Well, Shiva Kumar Duvarapu will get his 3rd over. For now joining us at Church Street Park, the Fire winning the toss, asking the Raptors to bat first. And it was an innings that went the way of the Fire, restricting him to 129 so far. You would say that run rate, getting up to 7, what's required for the Atlanta Fire. You can see the artificial lighting on. First time on the premium coverage we've had games under lights. One of the advantages of having cricket at this Church Street Park venue, state-of-the-art facility.
So many things are coming together this weekend. This is the perfect premium presentation, if you ask me. We've got a beautiful ground under the lights and amazing camera work. Look at that. Look at that beautiful cloud back there.
Yeah, the Drew factor will come into play, you think, for this Morrisville Raptors team. You get a lot of Drew at this ground, Nate?
Oh, absolutely. This is, earlier you said that the chasing team tends to win a lot here. That's especially true in the evening games.
I must say, I'm very shocked that Dane Pete, the captain, hasn't gone to any spin options as yet, especially given the fact that you look at that first innings from the Atlanta Fire and what their spinners were able to do. 5 wickets between the spinners for the Fire. And it's been 5 overs of seam for the Morrisville Raptors. Dane Pete himself, with his off spin, we've seen him bowl the new ball quite often. They also have the leg spin of Karthikeya Jagadish. So a lot of spin options in this lineup.
2 of the 3 leading wicket takers on the Raptors are spinners, Obis Pinar and Karthikeya Jagadish, both with 11 wickets. The other with 11 wickets coming into today was Adi Padala, who now has 12, obviously.
An interesting decision making from Pete early on. Extra bit of bounce from Shiva Kumar.
Well, the Raptors tend to bowl by committee as much as any team in the league does. 9 of the Raptors in today's playing 11 have bowled at least 5 overs this season. So good luck trying to figure out what they're going to do.
But they do have Matthew Ford, who's tend to bowl at the back end of the innings, left of screen. He's an attacking bowler as well, who you expect have to come in to play much earlier than that. A bit of movement inwards from Shiva Kumar. It's been a good over from him so far. Just 1 run conceded. Sort of been a ding-dong battle because they've had a maiden, then the Fire have struck back in the last over 3 boundaries. Now tied again from the Morrisville Raptors. Balanced so far in the first 6 overs.
Shiva Kumar has allowed only 1 run over his last 11 deliveries. That is fantastic in T20 cricket.
It's lofted, but he just has enough to get it wide of Matthew Ford. They come out for 2, have to hurry. The dive comes out from Zain Saeed, and it saves him in the end. So a good way to end the over for the Fire. End of 5, 1 over remains in this power play, 31 for 1. Even after losing that early wicket, the Atlanta Fire, they will still feel pretty good about their chances. Just 130 to score to get, less than 100 runs. Rishi Pandey's got a good start. Cornwall, the only wicket to go. The big man dismissed for 8. Still a lot of batting to come. Jamar Hamilton, who's batted at 4 pretty much throughout the season for the Fire. Already the red, going past the blue.
If you're watching at home and you didn't realize there was a game tonight and you're in the Morrisville area, don't fret. There are games all weekend. We have 4 more games here at this ground this weekend.
First sign of spin into the attack, Obas Pinyar. Here is the wicket of Rakeem Cornwall, the only one to fall. Aditya Padala for the 2nd game in a row, getting Cornwall's stun of a catch. Being taken by Kendaswamy, one-handed running back, never easy. Jacobus Pinyar has been in the wickets this season, double digits for him. But he's very quick through the air. Interesting to see how he bowls on this surface, which has spun. Will he be a tad slower through the air, allow the ball to do a bit more? Or will he go back to his normal, consistent self with this velocity? Left arm around the wicket. Starts quick and down the leg side. That's going to hurt the Morrisville Raptors because it's going to be 5 wides. You can't afford to give away runs when you're only defending 130.
Far too many extras already for the Raptors.
No chance for Lahira Milanta. Very quick through the air. Obas Pinyar was blinded Milanta by the batter. So bonus runs coming for the Fire. All of a sudden that asking rate's dropped down to 6 and over. Again looking to into the onside. Angling the ball down the leg side. Pinyar, you want to be a lot straighter, attack the stumps with that bit of extra pace he bowls with. Not a big spin of the ball. Now this one much slower, just over the infield. Trying to utilize this last 6 overs. Comes back for 2. Good fielding in the end by the captain, Dane Pete.
Dane has been an excellent fielder for this team, leading by example. We know how important fielding is going to be for this Raptors team. They don't have a ton of superstars in the team, so they have to all do it together.
Almost got excited there. You can see full now the artificial lights coming into play with that sun going down. Oh, this is going to be an interesting challenge for Dane Pete and his spinners with the dew factor coming into play. They do have the luxury though, Nate, of practicing at this venue. Just this week they've had a session under lights, so they do have that advantage, which you expect will play some part over the course of the weekend. 2 of the 3 games under lights.
They absolutely need that advantage right now. They need to lean on that experience if they want to win this game.
What? Has been a weird season for the Morrisville Raptors. I say weird because you look at the 2 games that they've lost. It's against the 2 bottom teams of this Southern Division, one against the Orlando Galaxy and one against the Fort Lauderdale Lions. They've been really good against the good teams and struggled against the lesser of the 2. So the lesser of the group, sorry. So something that they want to rectify. Still in with a chance of this game if they can continue to take wickets. It's been much slower in this over. Extremely well stopped on that 30-yard circle. A good way to end the over. Good power play though for the Atlanta Fire. In search for that 130, 41 for 1.
Keep going, boys. In the edge here, boys. Ren free. Let's go. Let's go.
So the power play ending with 41 runs for Atlanta. Panday has done most of the work there with 16 from 17. And if you look at the snake there, pretty much right on top of each other. That is very interesting.
Yeah, the similar stage, 43, the Morrisville Raptors, but the key difference, they lost 4 wickets inside the power play. Just never were able to rebound from that. All of a sudden, the Fire, they don't have to score too aggressively because of the way that they've bowled. So, been able to just keep things manageable at this stage. 6.36 runs per over. Karthikeya Jagadish, the leg spinner, comes into the attack for the first time today. Picked up 5 wickets in 1 game.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he's tied for the lead in wickets.
No, he's not bowling. He's just tying up.
As he runs through there.
Yeah, interesting is how these 2 play this situation now. Outside the power play are allowed 5 players outside that 30-yard circle. Well, has he got him? Zain Saeed did that back leg, just raised. Lahir Malanta was so confident. No one else was interested.
One of the toughest routine calls to make.
Now look at this. The wicket given. A very delayed response from the square leg umpire, but he's sent his man. Very interesting. Lahir Malanta appealed, and then there was a long pause in between that decision. Jagadish, very first delivery. Saeed came a long way down. He's out of his crease there. Does he get back in time? Hard to tell. Very hard to tell. But we give it to the umpire. Now watch this. The umpire doesn't make a decision. We're going to have another look at that. Stay with us. 41 for 1. Makes that 42 for 2. Saeed, the captain. Just 6 for him.
Aryan, move to cover, please, on the 1.
So the Atlanta Fire losing their 2nd wicket inside the 7th over. Nasser Hossain, first game for him today. He already made a difference. Picked up a wicket on the very first delivery from Bangladesh. Comes to the middle. And now with his team really in too much trouble, but they will want to get a partnership or 2 to ensure that they get these 89 runs required. It's a very interesting passage of play. Just the 1 match, this being his first for Nasser Hossain.
That's a leg stick.
And Panday, the youngster, the anchor right now of the innings, scoring at about a run a ball.
Coming right over.
That's all they really need right now.
So Jagadish, the leg spin option, he has been in the wickets this season for the Morrisville Raptors. Straight away taking a wicket. Now moves on to 12 wickets in the season. I think he will be very important against those power players. Spinning the ball away from the right-hander. A lot of flight on offer as well. The wicket again. It was a stumping from Lahir Manatha. He took off the bails, and then a long pause before Zain Saeed was given out. Saying off the mark straight away. 2 is the call, but it'll just be a single. Here's the pause after. Look at Lahir Manatha, Nate. He appeals. Nothing given by the umpire. Has a long look around. And then the umpire, after about 1 minute, then signals out. Haven't seen that quite often in this game of cricket. Edged, but very hard to take for Lahir Manatha. It's going to be more runs for the Fire. Does extremely well to save the boundary. Comes back for 2. Doesn't matter how they come at this stage. Nate, what do you make of that? Look how long the umpire took to make that decision.
That was very strange, and honestly, I think he was out anyways. It looked like even during the appeal that he still hadn't got his foot back across that line. So it was strange that it took that long. To me, it looked like maybe a little easier than that.
Straight to the fielder at cover. Rishi Pandey, I think this is probably the perfect innings for him because not chasing a big total. He wants someone like Lahir Manatha did, where he only struck at 120 in his innings. Run a ball so far for Pandey. Pulls it well. There's that deep mid-wicket fielder though, just tricking me. Rishi Pandey, because he latched onto that one, but it'll just be 1. But a good over for the Morrisville Raptors. 4 on the wicket, 45 for 2.
Excellent stuff from Jagadish, striking immediately. As I mentioned, he's tied for the team lead in wickets, but he's done it in only 6 innings. 11 or 12 wickets now in his 16 overs for the season, striking every 7.71. Well, actually, his economy is 7.71. He's striking every 10 runs. That's pretty impressive. And there's a good look at the airplanes.
Yeah, the airport very close to the Church Street Park venue. A lot of fans in attendance. Interesting that see some Atlanta Fire shirts in the crowd as well, Nate. They made a 6-hour journey.
Well worth it, I'm sure. Talking to the Fire players before the game, they all couldn't wait to play here. They actually said that they want to play their playoff games here too.
Well, shows you the passion in this minor league to travel that far. Interesting how Nasser Hussain, not easy to acclimatize when you come into a tournament for the very first time. You've got a game to win for your team. Spinning back in, but definitely going down the leg stump. I'm surprised that they were so excited for it because it came back a long way, yes, but with that angle, always going to be tough. Ooh, close, but I think missing the leg stump in the end. Came back a long way though, just jagged back on him. Very quick through the air. We mentioned Obas Pinyar has varied his pace well, more than usual because he's very quick through the air and consistently bowls that. But on a surface which has spun, has been happy to flight a few deliveries. Picked up 13 wickets last season for the St. Louis Americans as captain. Was all-round standout in the minor league first season. Excellent over. Sorry, 1 delivery remaining so far. Excellent over so far from Obas Pinyar. He's got to finish Well, here is that leg before shout again. Look how much this ball deviates off the surface, Nate Hayes. Just pitching, getting some drift as well with the angle. Full toss, misses out Rishi Pandey, just be a single.
Good try, cut.
48 for 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, welcome back to Church Street Park. Under lights. First action on this premium coverage. Night cricket, you've got to love it. Best time to play T20 cricket, you reckon? Dane Pete, the captain, finally comes into the attack for the first time today. We'll be looking to make a difference with the ball in hand. We've seen him with the new ball at times in this tournament, bowling that first over, but he's coming to the attack now in the 9th. Made the move from the DC Hawks to the Morrisville Raptors as captain this season. He likes to hide that ball. Something he started doing this season, Nate, behind that leg. Trying to add a bit more deception to opposition batters.
Yeah, we see that a lot from Obis Pinar as well.
Yeah, we have seen this sort of the revolution of T20 cricket. Sunny on the Rhine, something that he probably started, a trend that he started. Now see a lot of spinners around the world do it, just so that it adds a bit of difficulty for batters to pick from the hand. Another tactic is spinners holding the ball in their left hand and then changing over. So Pete opting to just hide that ball behind his back. And he does have that carom ball, which he flicks out the front of the hand. Seen him be very successful with it in Test cricket, of course, playing for South Africa. Just went straight on that. So Nasir Hossain, it's been a quiet start for him so far. First game from the man who's played international cricket in all 3 formats for Bangladesh. He's a very good player of spin, though. Played over 65 one-day internationals for Bangladesh. Remember that 100 he scored against Pakistan? His only ODI 100, but boy, was it some innings to win them that game against Shahid Afridi and others. So he's definitely very experienced. We've seen so many players from the subcontinent who played at an international level in this tournament. Sohail Tanvir, Asad Shafiq in the Pacific Conference. A lot of Pakistani players. We've seen Mohammad Irfan. Always good to have that international influence in anything you do, just to add to the quality. Gets to the over for pretty quickly, Dane Pete. Just 3 from it. They're pulling things back well, the Raptors. 51 for 2.
Great work so far from the Raptors. You know they're going to want to take some more wickets, but Nasir Hossain is hoping to do exactly what Lahiru did in the first innings.
It's a very interesting decision by the Atlanta Fire to not send Jamar Hamilton at number 4. It's where he's batted all season, and it's where he's been superb. 274 runs. He's been the 2nd leading run scorer, and he's such a powerful player. I thought you would want to let him face as many deliveries as possible. The artificial lights on here at Church Street Park. Such a privilege, to be honest, to have and be able to cover a game under lights. Got a decent crowd in. Expect it to be much bigger tomorrow night on Saturday, Nate Hayes.
Come on.
True, and this is the time when people are going to be at their, you know, we're going to have the largest crowd here at this time of night. Everybody settles in. Even when the first innings didn't go so great, they're still going to come out in numbers. I think we'll have even more here tomorrow night, and we're going to have even more, and obviously tons more in the finals weekend.
Yeah, confirmed earlier this week that the finals weekend would be returning to Church Street Park. It was a magnificent event last year. But not only will the event return, the finals will be under lights as well. So an indication for teams battling this weekend to get a good taste of what's to come if they want to go all the way in this tournament. The Fire, of course, lost in the conference finals last year to the Stallions. The Raptors didn't qualify. Sorry, I got it the other way around. It's the Raptors that lost to the Stallions. The Fire.
That's correct. Yeah, the Raptors lost to the Stallions. Nobody was going to beat them in the Atlantic last year. They just had such a good head of steam. And Atlanta Fire lost to the
Empire State Titans.
That's correct.
I like this though from Karthikeya Jagadish. T20 cricket, you hear from Sunil Narayan, you hear from some of the best spinners in the game. They talk about containing. That's what leads to wickets. So far, Jagadish, the length that he's bowled, it's been very hard to score from, very hard to hit boundaries against. But something you think is going to have to give for the Atlanta Fire, because slowly that asking rate sneaking up past 7. Comes a long way across, hit outside the line though. Rishi Pandey has been a struggle for Pandey. Just 24 from 28 deliveries now.
Moving around now a lot in the crease. Now that he's been there a while, trying to access different parts of the ground.
Well done.
And I get that you want to let Nasser Hussain, who's just come into the tournament, you want to give him an opportunity to be in the middle. But at the same time, when you have a player like Rishi Pandey at the other end, who tends to score a lot slower outside of the power play, I just felt the opportunity was there to send Jamar Hamilton in. Place that he's batted all season will be very comfortable. Good piece of work by Karthikeya Jagadish. Wide and another dot delivery. They've been extraordinary in the last couple of overs. End of the 10th halfway stage, 53 for 2.
Come on.
Take a break. Okay. Brilliant.
And this is a pretty typical Morrisville Raptors game. If you look at their history, they're always battles, just clawing at each other, trying to drag themselves over the line. They don't usually win very pretty, and that's reflected in their net run rate.
Well, 5 options used. Still no Matthew Ford into the attack, the all-rounder that they brought in for the last 2 weekends. Picked up 2 wickets, 3 wickets so far in this minor league. In the air. Does it have enough? It is. Something just had to give. They struggled in the last 4 overs to score. But Nasser Hussain, using his experience, his ability to play spin, getting it all the way for a maximum. Boy, did they need that.
Come on,
Yeah, he must have heard you talking about how it was a great time for Jamar Hamilton. He really stepped into that one.
Coming into this over, Nate, you look at overs 6 to 10. They only scored 12 runs total in those 4 overs, and it was all spin. That's why I wondered if Dane Pete would go to spin early. His first 5 overs were all seam. Since, though, it's been spin. Just done the bulk of the bowling. Should just be a single out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, we talked in the first innings about whether or not certain missed fields would come back to haunt a team. Right now, the Raptors have allowed 11 extras. So 11 of these 60 runs have come as extras. Let's see if that comes back to bite the Raptors.
Just 70 to get with 8 wickets in hand. You would bat the chasing team to get that every day of the week.
One, mama, one.
But a few quick wickets here.
Two.
Coming back for 2. Could cause some problems. Easy 2 in the end. Good running by Nasser Hussain.
Come on.
From Bangladesh into his very first game for the Atlanta Fire. Still a lot of batting to come, a lot of power in terms of Jamar Hamilton. And it is a batting lineup that will next weekend. For those playoffs, Nate, have the services of both Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor. This is going to be runs. Does extremely well in the end to save the boundary. Rishi Pandey coming back for 3. Saves a run. Every run so crucial when you only have 130. I was making the point though, Nate, next weekend you will have the US international players back from international duty currently in Scotland. Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones, 2 big pieces for this Fire team. They've only lost 1 match when the 2 have played. Aaron Jones, of course, the incumbent captain of the Fire team. And they've only lost once to the Atlanta Lightning when those 2 have outfitted in the red. Straight down the ground. Catches the call. And he puts it down. Jacob Espinar. It was never an easy chance, having to make up a lot of ground from that long on position. And luckily for Nasser Hossein, didn't time it well.
Those are never easy catches to take when you're running in and you have to dive straight ahead, especially, you know, I mentioned the ground is crowned a little bit, so you're running kind of uphill in that situation a little bit. Very tricky to take those catches.
66 for 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Matthew Ford into the attack for the first time today. He's been a strike bowler. He's brought in to take wickets in replacing Colin Archibald, who's left for A-team duty. You need to make a Toyota Tundra-like impact if this Raptors team want to defend this 130 total. Starts wide outside the off stump. No wide given. Interesting. Thought maybe he was on the wrong side of that wide line. Nasser Hossein in disbelief.
Taking the Subramanian plan right now, bowling wide at good length. Yeah, Matthew Ford was absolutely fantastic in that final over against the Lightning last week.
Goes wide again. There was a point in place. He's able to get it fine enough. Just be a single down to deep third. Look at the field that Matthew Ford is operating with. He likes to have that deep cover fielder, deep third, bowl with the protection in the offside, so he can bowl those wide Yorkers, bowl those slow balls into the pitch. He will have that standard field at deep mid-wicket, and then at times does bowl with the long on, long off back. They need wickets though, so wide again. That time will definitely be a wide, so we'll have to re-bowl that. Never easy, Nate, when you come into a tournament. Even though Matthew Ford took 17 wickets last season, the first person to get a hat-trick in minor league history, it's not easy to come into 2022 and just instantly make an impact. He picked up 2 wickets in his first game, traveled for 43 runs, but he was in the wickets, then won on Sunday against his Fire team.
And the 2 wickets he did take on Saturday were in that final over.
Much better in terms of the line, much straighter on that 5th stump. He likes to bowl those wide deliveries. Got to be so precise though. Rishi Pandey will look to see this all the way home for his team. He has been a struggle, but the main thing is that he's still there, and they still only need 7.29 runs per over from here on in. Got this in the gap, Rishi Pandey. 2 is the call. Coming back, Nasser Hossein. He's very quick. Direct hit could have been interesting though. He had been short of his ground. He took as well.
Yeah, nice job by Bolassetti to get that ball in, but might want to put it on a little better line next time. Yeah, Matthew Ford, as I mentioned, this is his first time bowling here. Ooh, just it would have been very close.
Would have been gone from that replay. How'd he hit direct? Again, all 5 of these first deliveries from Matthew Ford have been outside of the off stump. Rishi Pandey is known as coming, but hasn't been able to really attack.
Taking advantage of the fact that Pandey is a little shorter in stature, trying to use the entire crease there. The width of the crease, Matthew Ford.
I was actually kind of surprised that Dane Pete didn't go to him in the power play. He's a wicket taker, man that played at the Under-19 World Cup for the West Indies. Of course, acquired by the St. Lucia Kings this season. Tons of talent, this youngster. And finishes it well with another one outside the off stump. Just 4 runs conceded in the over. The Atlanta Fire got to get a move on here. 70 for 2. Still tons of batting to come. A lot of power as well. They've got in Salman Khan, Safi, who can strike it. Jamar Hamilton, Lieb Sauerman, we've seen both of those players back in the top order for the Fire. But you think now, as that ASCII rate inches up to 7.5 runs per over, the red worm just dipping below the blue at a similar stage. They were 83 for 6. That's well in front. 13 runs ahead at this stage. The Raptors, the key thing though, the wickets. And you just won the Nate. How crucial could it be? The 13 deliveries that they left behind. The Morrisville Raptors not batting the full quota. Jacobus Pinar to bowl his third over. Quick single stolen. Look at the acrobatic display of fielding from it and Lahir Malanta. Batted for 50 deliveries, not phased though. Able to make dives like that.
Oh, both of these wicket keepers in this game, fantastic athletes, exciting players to watch. You'd love to see a guy cartwheel like that. It's one of my favorite things about cricket is the wicket keepers.
Young Rishi Pandey, he's got to get a move on here. I think one of these batters have got to go. You've got 8 wickets in hand. You don't want to play around with these small totals, which have caused trouble at this venue. There he is. Something had to give. And Obas Pinar much slower through the air. Rishi Pandey looking to get a move on. Spin past his bat. And it's been a miserable innings from the youngster. He's got a good start for his team, but would have wanted to take the game as deep as possible.
Yeah, painful innings, but he's done well for his team. 31 runs from 36. You would have wanted him to go maybe score another 5 runs or so and get that right at 100 strike rate. But here comes your man.
This game well on. Pandey going for 31, 71 for 3.
Come on, guys in the circle. Let's get after it, boys. Come on.
Well, Jamar Hamilton, he's batted at number 4 throughout this season. Comes in at number 5 with his team needing 59 runs. An important innings for him as one of the leaders of this Fire team. That run rate below 6 and over has been a struggle since that 6th over. Just 12 runs were scored between overs 6 and 10.
That's a middle.
And 29 runs in the last 6 overs, Nate. Less than 5 runs and over.
It's exactly what the Raptors needed to do. And now we have Jamar Hamilton, who can, if anybody can increase the run rate, it's him. He's quickly become one of my favorite players to watch. Just a powerful player, an energetic player.
Looking for that single, but again, Obas Pinar has bowled extremely well. He's picked up wickets right through this season. But today, I just love the way he showed his versatility, being able to flight deliveries like this, much slower through the air. Saw Rishi Pandey coming, and well, Lahir Malanta, he's not going to miss out on that. He's too good behind those stumps.
Go, go. Ball in, buddy.
2 dots, and so often when a wicket falls, pressure being put on this Atlanta Fire team. Can you imagine if the Raptors had got up to 140, even 150, how different of a game this would have been?
Those 13 balls they left on the table, yeah, big mistake.
Getting one to come back sharply. And was Pinar. 3 dots to Hamilton. Won't be too phased though. He's such an experienced player. 92 first-class matches for Jamar Hamilton, the captain of the Leeward Islands just a couple months ago at the first-class setup in the West Indies. He's also played 1 test, 1 on the international. Tons of experience.
No.
And we mentioned the way he's gone about things for the Fire at number 4 this season. 274 runs and a strike rate of 160. But a good over for the Raptors. 1 run and a wicket. 14 runs conceded from Pinar. 71 for 3.
I told you, the Raptors always manage to make a game of things, and they're doing it with their bowling attack. We saw Aditya Padala strike early, get the big wicket of Rakeem Cornwall. And you see all those low red lines there from over 7 through 12.
I tell you what, we also see some low planes. They better Get a bit higher, those pilots. They're playing with fire. I mean, everyone wants to come and watch the cricket. I'm sure the pilot must be telling those in attendance on that flight. Want to watch this action. This one down the ground. No ball signaled. Just going to be a couple of runs, and it's going to be a free hit coming for Nasser Hossain.
Another extra, and possibly more to come. This is just not good. As you said before, the Raptors left 13 balls on the table. They've now got given 12 runs on extras. Not the way to win a close, low-scoring game.
Look at the grip from Matthew Ford. He likes to go to these cross-seam deliveries because it just gets that bit of extra bounce, especially on this surface. Free hit delivery, missed out the Atlanta Fire. This time he angled it in, attacking the stumps of Hossain, and he got another dot. Almost crashed into the stumps. What a matter, of course. Free hit delivery. All of a sudden, the asking rate has gone to 8 and over. These small totals so often stump teams. Down to deep third. Doesn't carry. He was in for the chance of a wicket there, Matthew Ford. Nate, 130. You looked at it at the halfway stage on a venue which the par score this season has been 168. Somehow, someway, the Morrisville Raptors have battled their way back into this, and the spinners have kept it extremely tight. Cross-seam grip from Ford again.
Yeah, the Raptors have a knack for this. Every game here somehow finds a way to be close when the Raptors are involved.
As you said earlier, they were already involved in one super over this season. A couple of last ball finishes. They were in one last weekend against the Lightning, one that they won. 2 is the call. Hamilton is very quick, short man, small strides, but he's quick between the wickets.
I love watching Hamilton play. He's one of those guys that always seems to give all of himself every time he's out there. Very energetic, very talkative. His personality really shows through in the way that he plays cricket.
Pushing him back. Matthew Ford is a good length, especially if you want to minimize boundary scoring. Got to consolidate at this stage. He just lost the wicket, the Fire, but Hamilton will have one eye on that asking rate, which continues to increase every over. Gone past 8 for the first time in the innings now, which is sort of troubling when you're only chasing 130. And it again tells you about the reliance on Raheem Cornwall. He failed at the top, and this Fire batting struggled to come through. If they want to qualify for those playoff spots, they need the batting to produce. One just should be a single, so good over from Ford so far. Yet to take a wicket, but he's done well.
Seam up that time from Ford. You know, they have 7 wickets in hand right now. You really have to start putting your foot on the gas. You can't let this game go too deep.
Down the leg side. Gets away with it though with that deep fine leg field in place. Missed out on an opportunity to score a boundary there. Jamar Hamilton ends the over with a single. 80 for 3. Well, still a lot of batting to come. 80 runs registered for the Atlanta Fire. 50 from 6 overs. Nate Hayes, you picked to win at the start of this game. You picked the Morrisville Raptors. I wonder if that was your heart or your mind speaking. Now, 50 needed from 6 overs. Who are you going with, Nate Hayes?
I'm sticking with the Raptors.
Wow. 7 wickets in hand, 50 runs. Jamar Hamilton and Nasser Hossain, 2 international players at the crease. And you're still picking the Morrisville Raptors?
Well, earlier I was picking with my head, and now I'm picking with my heart. But really, I just want to see it go all the way down to the end, and I think it would be absolutely fantastic What a cricket game it would be if the Raptors could pull this out.
Nate, you've been pretty on point with your predictions all season. Let's see what you have this weekend. Your home team will be under pressure. Now, I like this option to Jamar Hamilton. Kartikeya Jagadish, if many remember last weekend, got the wicket of Jamar Hamilton. And as someone that likes to play in the onside, with that ball spinning away, he's going to have to score against the spin. So it's a good move, especially when you've got those players that like to go after the bowling. When you have a leg spinner in, especially to the right hand, he's got to hit against the spin. So often you see those top edges go up in the air. It's going to be runs. Well stopped in the end by Abhiram Bolisetti. At that cover position, deep cover. Keeps it to just 2. Those are the critical stops when you're just defending 130.
Yeah, you want young players like that on the boundary who can dive and make great stops. Excellent stop there by Bolisetti. Look at that. He does this week in and week out for the Raptors. Gives his all on the boundary. Makes great catches and great stops.
Down the track, Hossein. It is a big boundary, though. Very big boundaries here at Church Street Park. Jacobs Pinar keeps it to just 1. Hossein, you already seen him hit 1 maximum down the ground against Dane Pete. Other than that, he's been quiet. They've done well to contain him. It'll be interesting to see how he manages these remaining overs. Pete. Hamilton is very quick, running to the danger end, backed himself. But so far, so good for the Raptors. You think now, the asking rate inching closer to 8.5. If they keep the boundaries to a minimum, pressure is being built on this Atlanta Fire team, even with 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, every single builds pressure.
Now, has he got this out the middle of the bat? Yes, he has. Nasser Hossein, the 2nd time he scored a maximum in that area. And just when all the pressure was on the Atlanta Fire, just what they needed to counter-attack. He's an international player, Hossein. He picked up 2 wickets and now making a difference with the bat in hand.
That'll relieve a little bit of the pressure right there. They needed that. Of course, he misses, and that's bad news.
It will be so painful for the Raptors, who have done so well to keep the boundaries to a minimum.
Go, go, go.
Almost got him beaten outside that off stump. Kartikeya Jagadish ends the over with a single. 92 for 3, a good one. 12 from it for the Fire.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Bowling change, right arm over.
And you see the crowd enjoying the beautiful night here at Church Street Park, having conversation. There's no better place to do it than Church Street Park in Morrisville, North Carolina. This is regular. This happens every weekend here. It's unusual in the USA to see so many fans show up, but we get that. We're lucky to have that here in North Carolina. And all of this is possible by our sponsors, Sunoco and Toyota. We're able to have all these wonderful, great players here, this excellent production. Toyota, once again, sponsoring as the title sponsor this year. And it looks like Abhiram Bolisetti is going to be bowling now for the Raptors.
This is a very interesting move, Nate, to bring Bolisetti into the attack for the first time. Don't think it was necessary the way that his bowlers have bowled. They've been all economical. Interesting call from Dane Pete. Could be a gamble that pays off for him.
Well, keep in mind that Abhiram Bolisetti is a fast bowler for the USA U19 team. And so this is what he's used to. He's used to bowling in pressure situations. And here he comes running in. Big shout there.
A decent shout, but definitely angling down the leg side. You look at that before that last 6 in the over. They had done so well to keep the boundaries to a minimum. Hadn't conceded a boundary in 4 overs. But that will take some of the pressure off, and it's always a problem when you're only defending 130. Beautiful scenes, beautiful atmosphere here at Church Street Park.
Good look there at the tall pine trees that surround the ground and speckle the entire area.
Some plans to build stands here very soon, Nate, in the near future. Just what this venue will need, probably.
Wide ball.
Gonna have to re-bowl that one, Bolisetti.
Yes, there are plans to build grandstands for the, permanent seats. Turn this into a more proper stadium, although, it's already a gorgeous ground, and nobody minds sitting on the hills and the bleachers that have been brought in for this purpose. But yeah, we will have some permanent seats here, thanks to a deal between Major League Cricket and the town of Morrisville, North Carolina.
Yeah, when that Major League rolls around in 2023, it will be one of those venues that will be utilized. So fantastic, just the atmosphere. I think more international cricket needs to be played here, Nate.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. I couldn't agree more. USA Cricket do not play a ton of international matches outside of their ICC competitions, their pathway to the World Cup.
Church Street Park. If you're now joining us for the first time, 1 of 4 in terms of action over this weekend. Oh, that is far down the leg side. Abiram Bolisetti getting it wrong. And again, 5 extras for this Atlanta Fire team, gifting them runs as the 100 comes up.
Perhaps some of that dew we were talking about, maybe getting on his hands there, getting a little slippery, but that one slipped right out of his hands. Oh my goodness. Nobody was going to stop that.
It was always going to be a gamble from Dane Pete, the captain. He don't think he needed to go to Abiram Bolisetti, who's now conceded 8 from his first 2 deliveries. You look at what they've used. Dane Pete, the captain, he's got so much options. Use 7 of. Take a look at this, Nate. Look at the options used. He had an over from Siva Kumar Duvarapu, who you expect will come into the attack in the last 5. Working on getting that bowling card for you to show you the different options. Bolisetti, the 7th bowler being used.
Wide ball.
Have to re-bowl that again, so another extra. And they're taking all the pressure off. That asking rate has gone well under 6.5.
Yeah, difficult over is getting even worse.
Look at the options here, Nate. He could have easily gone back to Obas Pinyar. Jagadish had 1. The captain himself, he's only bowled 2 overs. Matthew Ford has got 2. Didn't see the need to go to a brand new bowler, a young man at this stage of the innings. Withdrew. Interesting call from Pete. Flicks it. And flicks it nicely. Jamar Hamilton. It's what pressure does. When you're under pressure, you just err in that line. You can't afford to make a mistake. To Jamar Hamilton goes all the way for 6 as well.
Going for the Yorker there, pretty obviously. Just over pitches it, and Hamilton is not going to miss that.
It looked like he went all the way for 6, but the umpire opting to change it to a boundary. Hasn't been easy at the office for the umpires. They've had to make some close calls under some pressure. Well, this tells you just how good Jamar Hamilton is. The ability to strike blows like that, but play the situation well. He's a man that struck at 160, as we mentioned, coming into this game. But he's playing the situation to run a ball at this stage is what's required. A boundary and over wins you the game. 15 runs from this first 5 deliveries so far.
Yeah, and at this stage in the game, I don't think we're going to have to wait long to see Hamilton really going for it. With 7 wickets in hand. Run rates dip below 6, though. The run rate required. Oh, flicks that one. Just squirts past the fielder inside the circle. And
16 runs have come from the over. 108 for 3.
Beautiful shot there. Love looking at this ground under the lights. It's a beautiful ground in the daytime, but it's even nicer under the lights. If you've never been here, put it on your bucket list. So Atlanta's red lines there, peaking up the last 3 overs over top of the Raptors, making up for that lull between the 7th and the 11th over.
So PNR, this is the over I thought who would have bowled in last. They went to Bolisetti, it didn't work. They conceded 16 runs from that over. Jacobus PNR into the attack for his final. Just be a single, playing the situation well. Nasser Hossain, haven't mentioned him too often, but you look at the impact that he's made. 2 wickets with his off spin. A man with so much experience. Well over 200 matches at the highest level. Then would have, 100 matches at the highest level, and then would have played a lot of franchise cricket. Seen him in the T10 for the Pune Devils. Caused problems against those power hitters, but he's played this situation well. I thought he started a bit slow, especially with Rishi Pandey at the other end, but then he's just shown the value of taking the game deep. It tells you about experience and the value of having experienced players in your middle order and in your team. This could have easily gone south for the Fire. Could have easily lost 2 or 3 wickets in the middle in clusters and lost this game. But so far, it looks to be that they'll get home from here, and just 19 runs required.
Yeah, he's been very steady for the Fire, to say the least. But yeah, that, you know, 1 bad over, actually 2 bad overs in a row for the Raptors, and the game is now pretty securely in the Fire's lap.
Outside edge, and always tough to catch. Lahir Milanta, I hope he hasn't hurt that hand, because we know how good he is with the batting hand for this team. They cannot afford to lose him at all. Just been tough to deal with this surface because it has gripped. Balls have spun, and also some extra bounce as well at times. Pinar is a very tall man, bowling from a very high trajectory, so you will get that bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, there's a very good article about Obus Pinar on Major League Cricket's website. Check that out. It talks about his youth growing up in South Africa and moving here to the USA to play.
Well, after 14 overs, they were 80 for 3. They still needed 50 runs. But it's been all about the way that the last 2 overs have gone. 28 runs. Sorry, make that. Yeah, 28 runs coming from the last 2 overs. They're going at 14 and over. This is a much better one, but it could be a little too late for the Raptors. It was always going to be a big risk bowling. Abhiram Bolisetti bowled a couple of wides, was hit for a 6. No need for any risk at this stage. Just 5 singles from the over. 17 more for victory. 113 for 3.
Yeah, we did see that rough over from Bolisetti there. But if I know Abhiram Bolisetti, I know he'll come back on fire the next game. He usually answers bad games with good ones.
Well, of course, for both these teams, a lot of action this weekend as that red worm inches much closer to the blue and pretty much on its way for victory. The Raptors will be in action both on Saturday and Sunday. Both these teams actually in action over the course of the 2 days, with the Raptors taking on the Atlanta Lightning. The Fire taking on Fort Lauderdale Lions coming to you tomorrow. Primetime game for the Raptors tomorrow night under the lights again, Nate.
Once again, we can expect another big crowd coming out to watch their Raptors play at home tomorrow night
1 and 5:30 local time, Eastern time to start. If you want to come down to the ground, enjoy the atmosphere. Will be a packed house at Church Street Park. Matthew Ford continuing. Look at that. Class from Nasser Hussain. Mid-off up in the circle, came down the track, just hit it over. The Atlanta Fire, well, the bowlers have set it up, but the way that these two have batted the situation, showing great maturity, has helped them get very close to this 130 total.
And we saw in the first innings, Subramanian bowling on that wider line, and then we also saw that here with Ford earlier. Now he doesn't really have that option.
Goes straight up. Ford calls it. And it's a good catch in the end, taken by the athletic Bolisetti. But is it too little, too late? It's been a good contribution from Nasser Hussain. Looking to go to the boundary yet again, but one too many.
Yeah, Abraham does. That catch didn't really brighten his day very much, did it?
It looked like he went pace off, cut it into the surface, and just deceived Nasser Hussain. Looking to go into the onside top edge, and a really good catch from young Bolisetti. Having to cover a lot of ground. So a really good contribution though in his very first game. 2 wickets and now 38 to go with it. Nasser Hussain will be competing for that Toyota Tundra Player of the Match. 117 for 4. Lieb Sauerman comes to the middle. Has batted pretty much throughout this order. We've seen him come at number 3, at 5 at times. Today, Watson at number 6. With just 13 runs needed, less than 5 runs and over, you expect them to coast home from here, the Atlanta Fire, especially with Jamar Hamilton still there at the other end.
Sauerman has not batted here before that I'm aware of, so this will be interesting. He'll gain some experience heading into the rest of the weekend.
Look at the power from Jamar Hamilton. From the minute it left the bat, you just knew it was sail over the rope for 6. That is going to be one of the best cricket shots I've ever seen in my life. Just look at how quickly his hands went through that ball. That was Vivian Richards-esque.
That was beautiful. Right down the road here, we have the USA Baseball headquarters. They would have applauded that shot for sure.
My, oh my. I'm going to have to take another look at that one, Nate Hayes. Whew, that was pummeled. Just be a single this time. Much better correction from Matthew Ford. Nate Hayes, there's nothing to say after this. My, the sound off the bat. That square boundary is not small by any means. Fetch that. Now, did I over-exaggerate, Nate?
No, I think that was I think that was an amazing shot, to be honest. I mean, the trajectory of it and everything it was just beautiful.
That is gonna hurt. We have someone into the body, under edges. Showing a lot of courage. Not seeming to pain him too much. Matthew Ford has been expensive. Picked up the wicket in the over, but he's conceded 11 runs. And the last 4 overs have just gone south for this Morrisville Raptors team. Lieb Sauerman, new addition. He's been good with both bat and ball. Ball to a lesser extent, but he's played some crucial innings for his team. Just look at the camera work that we have on display in this premium coverage. Nicked and gone. A second for Ford. You just wonder, is it too little, too late? But it is another wicket for the Morrisville Raptors. Good catch by Lahiro Malanta.
This is where those 7 wickets in hand a couple overs ago have, paid off for Atlanta. Excellent catch. Look at Lahiro there. I keep talking about the wicket keepers making these excellent, spectacular gymnastics catches, and they keep doing it. It's making my night.
Typical commentator's curse. Just mentioning Sauerman's good contributions this season. Gone without scoring, but pretty much home from here. The Atlanta Fire, 124 for 5. Amila Ponzo walks in at number 7 with the job pretty much finished Just 6 runs needed from the remaining 2 overs for the Atlanta Fire team. Jamar Hamilton has been good at the other end, 21 from 17. We'll want to see it home for his team. Ford has toiled hard. He's been expensive, but he's picked up 2 wickets. Just thought maybe he was brought into the attack a bit too late. He is a natural wicket taker. You want to have him in the power play or early on because you're only defending 130 runs. All this food for thought for Dane Pete to look back on.
Yeah, certainly they would have wanted 1 or 2 more wickets in the power play. Morrisville has done a great deal just to make this into a game. You know, those 4 or 5 consecutive overs where the run rate was lower than 5. That was peak Morrisville Raptors cricket right there.
1 hit away now, Jamar Hamilton, 6 needed. Shiva Kumar Duvarapu into the attack. And you just wonder, I know we keep talking about it, but really is so important. The 13 deliveries left behind. They just faced 17.5 overs, the Morrisville Raptors, which could be costly, will be costly. 6 needed from 11 deliveries. You want to go for glory right now, Jamar Hamilton. Goes for it. I tell you, the sound off of this man's bat. So grateful that we have our stump mics in this premium broadcast so you can hear it at home. Of course, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. This is the 2nd season of this minor league, but the first time we've had this advanced coverage. It's been truly extraordinary, to say the least.
One of the highlights of the 2022 season, if you ask me, has been this premium coverage. I look forward to it every week. It's at the top of my list of every game I'm going to watch, especially when they're at a nice venue and the competition is stiff. This weekend is so good because every one of these games matters so much. The players are very good, and the ground is great.
Run out chance. Hamilton is so quick though. Nate, you speak about the privilege of watching it every week. Imagine me. I've been involved every weekend. It's been truly a joy just to work in this setup with so many different angles to view the action. Replays like that. Hamilton home by a mile. It's very quick, Jamar Hamilton. He wanted back the strike because he wants to hit the winning runs. Just 4 away the Atlanta Fire in what will be such a crucial win. Is that the win? Man in the deep. He misjudges it completely. And I think it may have just been given for just a single, I think it is. Now, the key was, did he hold the ball whilst he was outside the boundary rope? Remember, the umpires don't have the luxury of seeing it a second time.
That is a very rare misplay by Adi Padala there. Very rare to see him misjudge a ball, especially that badly. He's a very good fielder. He's one of the top fielders in the league, if you ask me.
Just completely misjudged the catch. Apologies for any obsessive language heard. Here, Malanta wanted to get that run out, wanted to inflict the run out of his mate, Ponzo at the other end. Of course, this tournament wouldn't be possible without our corporate sponsors on board this season. Dafa News, Sunoco, and our title sponsor, Toyota, for the 2nd season. It's been great. Seen some of the Toyota Tundra action as well. Jamar Hamilton actually sitting down in the Toyota Tundra with Cornet Dry this week. Check that out on the minor league social media pages. Such a character, Jamar Hamilton.
Definitely the league has done a good job of highlighting some of these characters with these Toyota Tundra ads that we've seen.
Of course, last weekend we saw the Philadelphians sit in the Toyota Tundra. Dot delivery. They had to get a man from Barbados to be in the Toyota Tundra. Mario Rampasad from the Philadelphians sat in the front seat alongside Liam Plunkett.
Yeah, I was there for the filming of that. That was an awful lot of fun. And yeah, Mario and Liam, they actually, when they drove up to the ground, it was the very first time that they had either of them had seen the ground. So it was great. You got to see their reaction right there in real time.
19 overs done and dusted, 128 for 5. The 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. This weekend, probably the most important of the 8 that we've had so far, because you look at this Southern Division, 3 teams fighting for 2 spots. These 2, as well as the Atlanta Lightning, who will be in action tomorrow evening against this Morrisville Raptors team. But I don't think people realize, Nate, how important of a win this is for the Fire. A team last weekend, less than a week ago, that were pretty much beaten badly against this Raptors team. The Raptors batted first, posted 203, and restricted them to 176. But the way that they've come back here in the Raptors' backyard, they deserve a lot of credit. It's a win set up by their bowlers, and one that will give them a lot of confidence going into the weekend full of action.
Yeah, this type of a game is exactly what they needed. They're trying to get that first place spot, and this gives them a big boost if they win here tonight.
To the win, Aponzo goes over the top, and he's connected with it well enough to pick up the boundary and the win for the Atlanta Fire, who now surge to the top of the Southern Division. What a clinical performance set up by their bowlers and finished off well by the experience of Nasser Hossain, Jamar Hamilton, and now Amila Aponzo hitting the winning runs. Wilden Cornwall and his team will feel very happy about being able to defeat this Morrisville Raptors team in their home territory. Place that's been a fortress for the Morrisville team over the 2 seasons. One that Dane Pete will have to go back to the drawing board and think, but he won't have a lot of time to ponder, because tomorrow evening his team will be in action against the Lightning under the lights. But the way that the Fire, you have to credit the bowling performance. It was all about the spin. They played conditions extremely well. In Nasser Hossain's first game with his all-round ability, he was brilliant. The Fire winning by 5 wickets.
Yeah, and there you go. Those 13 balls that the Raptors left on the table at the end of the first innings, as you predicted, coming back to haunt them. You know, imagine what they could have done with just 15 more runs.
Well, the Fire, it was always going to be simple in terms of the run chase, even though it got a bit too close for comfort at the end. This power score at this venue batting first, 168. They were well below that, the Raptors. 31 from Rishi Pandey was a slow innings from him, but he ensured that he took the game as deep as possible. Nasser Hossain, the stand-up with both ball and bat in hand. 38 from 33. Hamilton finishing off the innings well with 23.
He's talking to a microphone.
Unbeaten.
Come with me.
In terms of the bowling effort.
Hey, how's it going? Unfortunately for you, it's on the far side of the field.
And we had, as you said, Matthew Ford brought in a little bit later than they would have normally brought him in, later than you would have wanted to take wickets. He takes 2 anyhow. You've got Adi Padala with the big wicket of Cornwall early on that gave them a prayer, and Jacobus Pinar with a wicket as well. Abraham Bolisetti's expensive over really hurt them at the end. Ended the suspense, really.
Well, the key factor there, 17.5 overs batted for the Raptors. They left 13 deliveries out there. And the Fire, in the end, making light work of the chase, 132. Ensuring that they get over the line and get the win. The Fire supporters will be happy, because even after they lost the wicket of Raheem Cornwall early, who played a couple good shots, as he so often does at the top of the innings. Raheem Cornwall hit another boundary, but then was dismissed right on the edge of the circle. An excellent catch by Vinod Kumar Kendaswamy, taking a screamer. And the Morrisville Raptors, the way they started in the power play, kept things very tight. You thought at just 6 runs and over, could be in a very interesting game. They continue to take wickets. Rishi Pandey, the youngster, sent up the order today, where you had not much runs needed per over to start. Played the situation well, but just lost his way through the middle. And then, this was a real controversial moment. Zain Saeed stumped. Umpire took a while to make his decision. Nasser Hossain, though, started slowly between overs 6 and 10. The team were only able to score 12 runs in those 4 overs. The Raptors were well on top. taking a couple wickets. First, Pandey. And then they were able to remove Zain Saeed in the previous over. But Jamar Hamilton, with his experience, ensured he remained there right till the end. Nasser Hussain continued to play a few lavish shots. The two international players proving themselves for this Atlanta Fire. That was the wicket of Hussain, looking to go one too many. A real acrobatic effort from Bolisetti. But in the end, Jamar Hamilton just too good. Shot of the night, maybe the shot of the tournament from Jamar Hamilton. Latched onto that pull so quickly. Sauerman departed. A good diving catch from Lahira Malanta. And then a big 6 to end from Amila Aponzo. And in the end, the Fire winning by some 5 wickets. A win that will send them to the top of the table in the Southern Division. Set up by their bowlers, of course. Subramanian with 3, Hussain with 2, Cornrow 2. And the batters, the experience shining through. Hussain 38, Pandey 31, which will do his confidence a world of good. And Jamar Hamilton unbeaten on 23 towards the end. Well, one of the men that made a huge difference for this Atlanta Fire team today, Atindra Subramaniam. 3 wickets for you, Atindra. It's been a tough season for you. It's been up and down. How good was it just to get some wickets under your belt and make a contribution for your team?
Yeah, I felt pretty good. I think at some times it was I wasn't bowling the lengths I wanted to, but I think the wicket really helped me. And if I pitched it in the right spots, I think results came. And yeah, results came, and it was seam moving a lot. So I think that helped me a lot. And yeah, I felt good.
Tell me about today. You came into this knowing that your senior bowler, someone that you bowled a lot with, Cornet Dry, wasn't there in this game. Did that put any more responsibility on your shoulders?
Yeah, I think this was my first time bowling with the new ball, and I think, to be quite frank, I was a bit nervous up front, but once I got the first few balls up, I felt really good, and then once I got that wicket in, it was great, yeah.
Tell me about conditions. A lot of green grass on this surface at Church Street Park. How much did you enjoy playing in these conditions and bowling, in that first innings?
Yeah, it's great. I think for me specifically, I'm not the fastest, but I think I pride myself on being a more skillful bowler than some of the other guys. So I think wickets like these really helped me out, and I think I just got to pitch it up full of good length, and I think I saw the results happen, yeah.
Final question, Atindra. This is a very important weekend for the Atlanta Fire. What will this win against a team that just beat you 5 days ago do for the confidence of the overall squad?
Yeah, I think without our key players like Cornet, Aaron, and Steven, and still to pull off a big victory like this, it's great for us. And I think it just shows us the power we have in the back end and like the bench strength. So once we do get our full strength, we should be able to dominate, and we're looking to win the whole tournament eventually.
Well, Atindra, all the best to you. 3 for 23 today. You were a real difference maker for your team. Look forward to seeing what you can produce this weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Nick.
One of the many bright sparks in this minor league tournament that continues to be churned out. The Atlanta Fire, with a win, go to the top of the table, tied on 17 points with the Raptors. And now, those 3 teams tied on 12 games and 1 point separating the 3. This truly could be a very delicious end to the group stages, fitting to say the least, on a beautiful venue here at Church Street Park. Don't go anywhere, because tomorrow, in less than 12 hours' time, the Fort Lauderdale Lions against the Atlanta Fire, coming to you at 1 p.m. local time at Church Street Park, North Carolina. And then the blockbuster primetime encounter. And after today's loss, the Raptors will be desperate for a win against the Atlanta Lightning, a team also looking to make those final 2 places in those playoffs. It's been a real true pleasure to bring you the first night of action at Church Street Park. This is a state-of-the-art facility with some state-of-the-art coverage. We look forward to having you for the rest of this weekend. It's bye for now.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.